Hey, Bacon. First!
Huh? Got him.
You did? It's yours. And even started, like, at least on the hour. Admittedly, much, much later than I would have liked, but on the hour. Hey, monsieur, okay. Hey. Hey. There's going to be a lot of that today, friend. Sir Hanswolf, Watto and welcome. Amos. Go on, let me get the squirty bottle. Yeah, I will full Judge Dredd. You want to come settle? Come lie down? I've made him a little nest behind me and I can't. BVS Watto and welcome. Well, basically, Amos started his new meds today, which is steroids, to help with his, like, itchies and bad times. And what was it that said on like, known symptoms may increase anxiety? I went to take a pee earlier, and literally, in the time it took me to, you know, close the door and have a slash, little dude started legit howling. Like, howl at the moo, like, ow! As if he was abandoned. So, friends, I don't know what today's going to be like. I've been trying to get started for the last hour. Yay! Maybe that's it, Wolfcrad. Maybe I should get a squirty bottle and fill it with coffee. But to offset my woes and the visible stress that you can see upon my face, check out this little dude. So last night I made a little tepig. I'm really happy with it. Alright, I'm not happy with the nose section. So what I might do later on is like a mask and a couple of rounds of the good paint. But yeah. How are you all doing, friends? Well, Chiponi, lovely to see you. Jamami, Lance, Lizzie, Watto and welcome. Fearless, Dustin. Come on in, friends, come on in. Bacon did get first already, so congratulations on the quick draw there. And also, thank you for the bits. Yeah, sorry, trying to get my brain in gear. Oh, no, Lance, and yeah, let us know what's going down the state of play when you get back. We're probably going to be talking industry nonsense for a lot longer than usual. Also, who do I need to yell at for? Hey, Caffeine, afternoon. Hello, hello. Oh, it's Martin and Nom Nom I need to yell at. Okay. Caffeine, Watto and welcome. Vanderbeest, wonderful to see you. House Order represent. How are you all doing, friends? Hey, and Rilu, I'm glad you got some good sleeps. Alright? It's one of us has got to be. The Dice Goddess, Watto and welcome. Well, and Vanderbeest, I don't think that you had to fill the pint glass, you know. It is, your title and your moniker is, for... I mean, it was democratically elected. Well, Caffeine, I wouldn't say I'm avoiding any game like the Plague right now. Look, whether or not I play Raft is up to you lot, alright? That's not up to me. I'm going to keep kicking ass, I'm going to keep being here. Well, technically it's up to Mr. the Twitch. Ironically, because we hit the achievement in the back end, anytime I check like the Twitch stats, it's like, hey, you made partner. No, it didn't. Grumble, 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 grumble. Yeah. It's okay. Come here. Amos, you're okay. Come here. Look, you've got a little bed. You can come hang out. Yeah, good boy. Good boy. Come settle. Come settle. But yeah, for those of you who might be newer here, so the TLDR is I will play Raft in the event that we get the purple tick on this Twitch.television. Although I do a lot of shenanigans on the regular, which does kind of throw the metrics off a little. But on the flip side, I'd much rather be able to do this full time and hang out with all of you lot than, you know, than fulfill the requirements of Mr. the Twitch. But that's another story.
I am now with the Corgo Space Agency.
You are. I see a couple of them that didn't break Atmo, but for the rest, they're in space now. Right. And Megaboss, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. How's it going, friends? Sorry, and Jan, thank you for the 200. Again, apologies if I seem extremely stressed, because I am. So,
Corgo launch.
let's have a look. Pachoo! It was more of a Corgo bouncy castle, but definitely with a few displacements there. But more importantly, really, fucking thank you. Like, that's another $6 in the war chest. Nexus just saw the news about Unity. It has been a fucking week. I was thinking about this morning, and as I've been saying to all of you lot, like, we're currently in what I thought was going to be a bad media space, right? Starfield, Baldur's Gate 3, Armored Core, all these huge bangers just sucking up all the air in the room. Like, I kind of feel bad for, what is it, Lies of P, because, you know, despite having a title that makes it sound like water sports, for all intents and purposes, it seems to have been a really honest attempt at, you know, going for a Bloodborne type title, but it has got no coverage and absolutely medium reviews, which at a time when we have such bangers might be a death nail. Okay, so actually, that doesn't drop for another 3 days. Poor buggers. But yeah, here's the thing. Unity have fucked up so much that they've managed to break past the noise surrounding Starfield. So yeah, like Nexus, I don't even know where to start. We've been talking about it a lot this week, but yes, they managed to outdo a Bethesda game's attention by fucking it up. Like, that's impressive. Oh yeah, no, and Ben, you're entirely correct. Like, at the moment, people are legitimately working out, like, how can we port our games off of Unity? Even the team behind Slay the Spire made a formal statement, and they don't do that, which ended with, this is how badly you fucked up. Gary of Gary's Mod fame and Rust told them to go fuck themselves. Like, it's bad. Wet Paint, Watto, and welcome. And also, Ben, how are you doing, friend? It was lovely to be able to just chill a nil and watch some Worms yesterday. So yeah, actually, let me... Boof. If you are not currently following Port Center, that is our good friend Ben Padden, you absolutely should. If only for the Worms-flavoured shenanigans that will be coming in the future, but also because they're extremely funny. Oh, and Nexus, like, congratulations to everyone that did learn Got It, which I'm fucking Joe!
I sure like my bunnies a smidge less boiled.
Megaboss, despite the glaring sunlight outside, I'm afraid we won't be serving anything less than hot-boiled piss.
Yeah, good boy. Can you settle? Gonna settle, my little stressy spaghetti? Now you stop howling the house down?
Mega Boss, holy fuck, thank you. Sorry. Alright, friends, I do apologise for whatever dog-flavoured carnage is going to be happening. Just as a quick FYI, so Amos is okay. He's on steroids. His allergies have gotten bad, and it's one of the few treatments he hasn't tried. One of the side effects of steroids is increased anxiety. So when you take an anxious dog and you give them things that make them more anxious, well, you get 70 pounds of hyperactive muscle and stress. So I may have to leap around and flit about to try and sort that. But I do have my Judge Dredd squirty bottle. So. And yeah, Vanderbeest, I don't know why he's still doing that. I have got in the guts. He shouldn't be censoring you lot anymore. But
You can settle? Lie down? You can lie down?
look at this little face. Look at this little face.
Okay. You can lie down? Yeah, good boy. Good boy.
Made him a little nest. You got this. Let's be piercing here again. I will be without mercy.
Good boy. Good boy. Oh, such a good boy. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, this is an absolute #AmosYes moment. So, friends, miscreants, video game survivors, hello. So, let's go through the non-Unity news first, because there's a lot to unpack. So, we'll start with some bad news. EA will be stopping support for Wild Hearts 7 months after its launch, and half the team behind the expensively mediocre Immortals of Avium have been laid off. It's a messy time out there, to be feckin' sure. And Ubisoft are closing one of their London studios. So it's kind of like a triple threat of the shape. Yeah. Now, some of that is just sad times. I think EA misunderstood how the Monster Hunter community works, and that it's definitely a slow burn. I think EA looked at Monster Hunter World and went, we can do that, and not seeing how that, in actuality, Monster Hunter titles tend to be those games that, they don't sell huge amounts, but they sell a lot consistently. So, knowing EA, they probably would just we'll pour loads of money in marketing and sell a gajillion copies, because they don't know how to do anything else. And Ubisoft are definitely tightening their belt. The particular studio they're getting rid of is a mobile studio, and it could be that Ubisoft just don't want to compete in the mobile market anymore. Not giving them an excuse, just where it's coming from. EA did send Immortals of Avium out to die, and so it doesn't surprise me that it doesn't surprise me. I'm not happy about it. It just doesn't surprise me.
You're okay. You're okay. Yeah, you can lie down. No, we don't need to activate again. You're okay. You're all right.
That's my boy. Sorry. I'm so tired. Okay, so video game stuff. So that's the little kind of combo threat of bad stuff out of the way before we get into Unity. So let's go into the good stuff. But again, I'm going to yell at Nom Nom and Martin for individually spoilering all the info from the Nintendo Direct today. Friends, Nintendo Direct is not a brand new episode of Star Wars. You don't have to censor it. You don't have to put spoiler warnings. It's in the news section. You're driving me loopy. However, it does look like this. Hang on, I'm trying to get the list of. Here's everything we saw in Nintendo Direct. Where's it at? Everything shown in Nintendo Direct. All right. So it looks like this was an absolute banger. F-Zero 99 looks so fun. And I just want to say that off the bat. I've always loved the idea of kind of like a racing battle royale because it lends itself so well to it. And Zeke, good morning, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Have you met me, Tepig? Oh, my little Tepig says hello. And the wee baby boy. The wee baby Amos. Well, so Chaunerus, I guess what I'm saying is that when it comes to things in like the game news space and games information space, like we can't be treating those like spoilers. Like, I understand that like the surprise reveal at the end is very, very cool from a PR standpoint, but when it's something like a Nintendo Direct or State of Play or things like that, like the onus is on the individual if they wish to get like the hype experience, but it's still a news and knowledge delivery platform rather than a creative works that could be undermined. Sorry, whilst trying to look up the Nintendo Direct stuff, I had the new Star Wars series spoilt to fuck for me this morning, so forgive me if my pee is slightly more boiled than usual. So yeah. Splatoon DLC. 1,000 Year Door remake. Fuck yes. And, like, Hoffers, I'm there with you. What I really want is F-Zero from the GameCube re-released, or that philosophy of F-Zero taken forwards. Like, that's the kind of title I desperately want. But I love the idea of F-Zero 99, because when you go back to classic F-Zero on the SNES, like, it was ahead of its time. It's feckin' brilliant. But it's a very different experience. Like, as an industry, we've grown a lot since then with titles like Wipeout and things like that. But the idea of taking that classic jank and making it into, there are 99 people, be the last racer who survives. Like the Le Mans 24 if everybody got a fucking handgun. I love that idea. But no, Paper Mario and the 1,000 Year Door getting its proper remake treatment makes me super happy. Like a lot of people, I'm curious as to how they're going to do a remake of Another Code. Very curious as to that one. Oh, and the classic Tomb Raiders remastered. Fuck yeah. Like, we don't really talk about it a lot, but Tomb Raider, like OG PlayStation 1 Tomb Raider, is still fresh as hell. Like, free roaming exploration with fucking dinosaurs and shit. No Navi to tell you where to go. Just you and Miss Croft just trying to work it the fuck out. Like, that's rad. Trombone Champion with 4-player co-op for tromboning and motion controls. Fuck yes. That is going to be the most wonderful drunken party mess of all time. Like, I don't want to see people playing, like, pitch-perfect 4-player on-point rhythm games. I want 4 completely uncoordinated wonky dingleberries to give me the best, worst rendition of the 1912 overture that any humans have created. God. Yeah, Ehrman, absolutely. It is also fascinating that Trombone Champ is at its most fun when you're bad, but experientially it's really enjoyable when you get good. So it's almost like the flip side of a lot of other rhythm games. Like, I don't know if you've watched people play the Hatsune Miku rhythm game, but watching someone learn to play it, very hard. Watching someone play it at top tier, fucking brilliant. Like, if you haven't seen Chorby doing Black Rock Shooter on point, you've missed out. I know Tuna also plays a whole bunch of it as well. But what's fascinating is that this is the flip side, that watching someone learn to play Trombone Hero is funny as fuck. And watching people at the, like, top tier play it is like, it's so-so. But by that point, they'd already sold a gajillion copies. They were already huge. Like, and the team behind Trombone Champion, they had day jobs. This was the project they made for funsies. Like, when it spiked in popularity, they had to put out a statement being like, look, we'll get you new content soon, but like, we have to like quit our jobs and start doing this for real. Which is fucking great. Cyberpunk is getting its major update next week, and we'll be getting some new details on that one. I will probably have a little crack at it. As weird as it is to say,
What you up to, baby boy? You making a nest? Yeah, go boy.
look at that little face. Look at that little face.
My stressed little lad.
For all that it was, I thoroughly enjoyed my time in Night City. And the idea that they're fixing some of the core elements of that is interesting. And yeah, Sage, he's a itchy boy. Well, he's, sorry, to those of you just joined us, Watto and welcome, hello. He's on steroids to help with the flare-up. And we've taken an anxious baby boy and then given him steroid powers. So, although what was very funny, sorry, as an aside, is Rilu was saying in Discord that, you know, they've had to take steroids in the past, so they completely empathize. I just had this mental image of Rilu walking around the house just going, ow! And then Rilu's partner comes back and they just dead-eye them and then continue going, ow! I don't know why, that amused me. So, you know, like, I don't think there's anything else to really be saying about the Nintendo Direct. Great announcements, great system. Sorry, when I say great system, I mean the way Nintendo have been delivering their stuff. Like, it's... Like, Nintendo Directs have been going for well over 10 years now, and they're still consistently successful. So, like... The reason I bring that up is that apparently 2023 is the death to Empire's year, right? But Nintendo is just consistently solid, you know? And I do think that is something that's worth, like, bearing in mind. Like, the Nintendo Direct is an incredibly successful way of delivering a buttload of info, and it's fun, you know? It's a buttload of fun. Okay, so, fuck. Oh, quick little bits of news before we get into the meat. I should actually put out a tweet in case any of the games industry friendos want to come in here and vent. So whilst Pirate Legends Week has come to a close in the Sea of Thieves, they've started doing a new little, like, fun in-game thing, which is called Wish You Were Here. Shout out to my fellow Incubus fans. But basically, it's just like a short little set of challenges, right? Nothing super bombastic. But it's little things like, you know, visit 4 islands, cook food to perfection on an island at night, get drunk in 3 different taverns, stuff like that. Like, it's a little, like, go on an exploration adventure. And you know what? I'm really looking forward to it. Like, Monkey Island was so much fun. But I just want to say, like, as an FYI, if you haven't played the Monkey Island adventures in Sea of Thieves, do it, because it's basically what if you got to play OG Monkey Island as a first-person game with a gun. But also, like, it took us about 5.5 hours to get through Chapter 2, because there was so much to do and see. It was brilliant. Oh no, so Ehrman, do you know what's super wild? Is like, that what you are saying is common sense, and yet Nintendo was one of the few Now, okay, there are loads and loads of varying reasons, including like number go up and things like that. But Aaron was saying that Nintendo saw something that few other companies didn't during COVID, which is they didn't splurge during the good times. You know, they were a lot more disciplined and measured in their business dealings, and now they're doing good. Whereas everybody else, and again, I do understand the business reasons why, but at least from an external perspective, it seems like all the other major players, you know, we hit the plague, and then they went, my word, look at all this insane amount of money. The good times will never end. Throwing cash up in the air and bouncing on the bed. And then, as these things do, as it was very easy to predict, the good times did not last, and now they're like, oh my god, where is all our money? Guess we better fire 1 million people. So mad. See? They've even disappointed Baby Amos. But if you haven't really like studied, Nintendo take a long time to make decisions. They are very slow with their industry dealings, and because of that, they've basically become removed from the usual cycles that are affecting everybody else.
You're okay, my windy boy.
And this is something that's been consistent across a large proportion of their decisions. Like, the Wii was pretty much one of the few times in more modern systems where they've been leading the charge. And again,
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Watto and welcome, friend.
What hope?
Oh shit, 2 years. Blade Nora. No, seriously. Thank you. Alright. But yeah, I mean, Ehrman, you're not wrong. There's always been something of like a bust and boom cycle in the games industry, because usually you hire on a shitload of people to help finish a big AAA game, and then afterwards you just don't have the work to sustain it.
Amos, don't make me squirt you, dude. You are fine. You are so loved. You are so loved. You're a good boy. Yes, I know. You're so talkative today.
And again, friends, the baby boy is fine. He's just big whinging. Alright. Sorry, I'm just letting the internet know. Because, alright, we've danced around it enough. Ben was saying, breaking news, Unity have announced a new fee to stop using Unity. We were thinking like a buck per install of a non-Unity product, says Unity's new spokesperson, a garbage full of wet leaves. It's like... Okay, so I'm just going to say, to start off this conversation, at no point would I ever condone fucking death threats to I mean, anybody. I have been on the receiving end of them. Even if you're like sturdy and prepared for it, it never feels good. And apparently, two of the Unity offices were evacuated today ahead of the town hall, due to, as they said, a credible death threat, which is fucking wild. I hate that my conspiracy brain says, sure is interesting that the officers got evacuated at the one time when staff inside Unity would have been able to voice their concerns, like, in person, but... Conspiracy brain gonna conspiracy. But, like, what the fuck this week? What the actual fuck? Like, the whole thing was an incredibly unhinged announcement in the first place. People in Unity have started resigning. Like, it's been a mess. Unfortunately, we're at that point in the news cycle where everyone's got a different angle and everyone's got a different take, so it's quite hard to sift through the information. Some people have been pointing to Unity's acquisition of the advertising company they bought, I want to say, this year, last year? It was like not Iron Galaxy, Iron Fart Locker or something, I forget. But they were an advertising platform, and Unity were spinning the acquisition like, yo, we're going to buy these guys, and then it's going to make it easier for you to make money inside your game. Iron Source, thank you, Squarepeg. I'm correct in saying they were like an in-game ad delivery system, right? And apparently they were a direct feck you to one of the other competitors. Some people are saying that there is a theory that, you know, you'll be able to waive the install fee if you're using the Iron Source titles. That's one theory. Ah, yes. Thank you, Squarepeg. And Squarepeg's not being hyperbolic. Iron Source has been accused of installing malware on people's machines through the medium of, you know, getting you more adverts. They are not liked. It was a dumb acquisition. It was an extremely dumb acquisition. And I guess this could have been a 1-2 punch. But it has gotten so wild out there. The number of companies that are threatening to just wholesale stop is wild. Sorry, I keep saying wild. That's where we live right now. We don't live in coherent, smart, sensible, good times. We live in wild times. Now, obviously, you've all seen the most reactionary of all the comments, which has been the Cult of the Lamb team have said they are pulling the game. So as of January 1st, Cult of the Lamb will no longer be available for sale if this continues. And like, that brings up a wild legal battle. Like, Unity changed the terms of conditions. Amos, you're okay. Unity changed the terms of conditions, and then if a game is no longer available, like for sale, can they then claim money from a person not selling something? Bacon, possibly? Well, so Vanderbeest, that's the thing right there. If Cult of the Lamb is no longer available for sale, but people are installing it, like, what? Like, how does Unity even begin to put itself into that discussion? They don't have the means to be able to bill the developers. So what are they going to do? Knock on their door and go, actually, we say you owe us, you know, $40,000. Get fucked. Alright? Are they going to go to Steam? Steam's not going to say alright to that. Like, nothing exists in the ecosystem to collect these kinds of fees. And if you had a Unity account and you fucking cancel it, like... So, like, if you were paying Unity monthly for, like, an enterprise level account and you get rid of that, and they then come knocking later on because, like, oh, after you stopped using our product, we decided you owe us money. Like, how's that legal fight gonna fucking go down? The thing is, Devolver will fight that fight. Amos, you're alright. Sorry. Apologies. We interrupt this rant to bring you... Amos, stop! Hang on, friends. I'm just going to give you a little snippet into my life, so that if I do decide to just fucking chuck myself off the balcony and walk into the sea. So basically, whilst we were talking, Amos decided that he was just going to shit in the middle of the living room, and has just walked it into everything. Including his little nest basket behind me. So I now have a monstrous amount of shit smear to clean up all over the fucking house. I am just one person. I'm one person. All I want to do is hang out with you lot and chat and talk about this stuff. And everything else in my life seems to be trying to fucking hamstring that. Friends, I'm so sorry. This is gonna take a while. So I'm just gonna put on the funk mix. If you're all still here when I come back, thank you. If not, I'm really fucking sorry. I'm really fucking sorry.
And now for my next number, I'd like to return to the classics.
Secret helping.
We are same, but different, but still same.
contributing to the Amos Whoopsie Footsie Disaster Cleaning Supplies Fund.
Okay. Friends, I'm so sorry on that. I am just one man. And apologies for the rush out. I gotta air out this little corner so that I don't end up accidentally gassing myself from all the cleaning fluids. Oh, sorry. Thank you kindly. Aw, Ben, you fucking legend. Thank you. Seriously. Shitaro as well. Where the fuck were we? Oh, so let me return to the games industry nonsense. One of the things that did come out this week is Godot has announced that they will be basically doing like an advanced version of Patreon funding to continue supporting the engine. So for Godot, if you need to get the hot fuck, well, you should be looking to get the hell out of Unity if that's where your current project is at. If you need a team to help you port, I know some friendos, like, we can get it done. But Humble currently have a get started with Godot bundle. God, I just want to call it Godot. Why is my brain being weird? Oh, and Asari, that's lovely. Oh, sorry, my adrenaline's calming down. No, seriously, Ben, thank you, friend. Like, you know at this point how $20 is a fuckload of money to us. I really appreciate that, so thank you. Oh. Oh, I love you too. Love you too, friend. Love you too. I just like Mega Bosses. Haha. Joke's on you, Unity. I have severe ADHD and haven't opened a tab in years. Your move, Unity. Yeah, so Jafar James, the good news is that, like, if you've got the cash, there are teams that specialize in doing, like, that level of porting. It's not easy. It's not easy, but it can be done. Honestly, like, changing engine is usually a miserable slog. And especially if teams are coming up close to launch, I can entirely understand they would not want to feckin' do that. But, you know, times must. Now, so the thing I was kind of like building up to is that in any other year, I would say, hey, don't worry about it, friends. Like, there's no way Unity's going to go ahead with this, like, near-suicidal business plan, right? But we've seen time and time again throughout this year of companies of similar size just being, like, so unhinged, so removed from their, like, public perception and their customer value that have actually gone on to destroy themselves. And the thing about game dev is, like, as we've said, like, on average, it takes like 2 to 5 years to make a game, right? If you're at year one of like a 4-year dev cycle, you can't risk that in 4 years' time, like, that Unity haven't gone even more batshit loopy bananas. You know? Fuck! Sorry, Eraman said some game dev somewhere. Man, I wish all my meetings this week weren't people talking about features from Starfield we have to put into the game as the monkey's poor finger curls. You're right. No one has to worry about trying to implement Baldur's Gate mechanics or, like, Tears of the Kingdom physics in their title right now. God, that's funny. I don't know why you lot hung out with me, because most of you are significantly funnier than I am. Oh. But yeah, right now it's like the people that I am advising, I'm just like, sorry, I actually checked in with my my consultancy team because I've been trying to politely be like, hey, it's not my place to tell the tech team what we should be doing, but if we're using Unity, we should absolutely the fuck not. Okay, Sorry, so what does this mean? This means one of the big shakeups. So Yeti, I read the response that Unity put out after the statement. Their current plan is, yes, they're going to be charging Microsoft and Sony and whoever for the fees if a game goes out on a bundle. They've also said that charity bundles won't count towards it. Again, friends, if you think that Microsoft is going to be like, oh, so Unity, I can't help but notice that you've like self-inserted yourself here and you want fees per download. How are you getting that data? Who's giving it to you? Because we're not giving it to you. And this is the other thing that we've talked a lot about this week, but I cannot state this enough. At least, according to Unity systems, they will not be using any kind of like spyware type bollocks. Unity as an engine won't suddenly be telling Unity, oh hey, I'm an install. They're going to use some kind of fucking algorithm type shit to make estimates. And then they're going to send people a bill based on those. So, once again, Unity will be the complete and only arbiters of what they consider to be an install, and then they'll bill you for it. Yeah, Alnish, the source is, trust us! The fuck? Because, alright, we talked about this earlier in the week, but I just want to mention it like one more time, that making games is fucking risky, alright? Like, okay, any business endeavor is risky. If you haven't heard of it before, a lot of teams will do what's called SWOT analysis before starting a project, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So, what are you strong at? What does your team kick ass at? Where are they great? What are you lacking? What are the opportunities that you can move into? You know, underserviced genres or like unutilized art styles. And what are the fucking threats? And those can be anything from a market shift to like potential competitor products or a very, very crammed lineup window. A large proportion of biz dev is removing risk is removing as much risk as you can without sacrificing creativity. So if you've ever seen a gigantic badonkadonk of a studio, and they make really safe games, you know, they don't make weird, wild, risky, creative decisions because it's too risky for them. For them, the risk factor is much larger because there are 1,000 people. You know, it costs them millions of dollars every month to even stay afloat. Like, when the game ships, it's gotta make bank. Alright? Captain Stephanie Barneswater, and welcome. With smaller teams, you still have that same kind of, like, threat and risk. But not to as much an extent. A lot of the time, the threat and risk comes from how you structure your business. So, if I say, hey, Longship investors, I want $500,000 so I can make Maflam for Flam online. And then I need to present to you like where I'm spending my money, where it's going, how much like wiggle room I'm asking for, and what my overall strategy is. Like, this is the proportion of people I'll hire, these are the different budgets for different hires in different departments, here's what I need for, you know, additional services, etc. Yeah, Maflam for Flam online Requiem. You know, sadly, it hasn't gotten off the ground yet. The Maflam for Flam fandom's just not into online shooters. I should have known. But anyway, and so Hans, welcome back.
I am investing in that game right now.
Please don't make me make Maflam for Flam online. I'm not ready. No, sorry, Verdant Flow. Seriously. Fucking thank you, you legend. Oh, my world of Maflam for Flam. Fuck, that's better. Oh shit, well Shitaru's in. Alright, this is the best investment meeting I've ever had. No, but seriously, all of you, thank you, right? Like, I'm not in the business of joking about your putting cash in. Thank you. But anyway, Actually, I do like Ben's idea, though, of making it into a LucasArts-style adventure game. And it's just a tour through, like, the worst AAA concepts we could come up with. God, that'd be fun. Anyway. So, when I do my cost analysis, I work through the problem, right? So, like, if you're all the...
Gotta jump on the train before I miss the opportunity.
Gotta get in on that ground floor, Ehrman. To the moon. Profits only. Fuck. Ehrman, thank you. But... So my job as a biz dev wanker is to try and predict how much money we'll make, work out how much we can afford to spend, and then hope that we knock it out of the park and make even more. When I do those calculations, I'll be taking into consideration how much money it would cost us to get it onto, like, Xbox Live. Oh, obviously, the Xbox platform. I'd also be calculating, like, how much money Steam is taking from, like, our revenue on there so that we can do calculations proper. There is no way in the jet black char-grilled hell that I would take any deal that had just a trust us. No one's taking that deal. Like, okay, there are loads of shitty industry contracts out there, but at least they're fucking direct. You know, you sign with the publisher says, I'm going to give you this money, and you are going to recoup your costs, and then after that, we split the profits 50-50. That deal sucks, but it's honest. The publisher doesn't say, alright, we'll give you $500,000, and then once we've made back all our money... Question mark? Doopa-doopa-doopa-doop? Oh, you poopy monster. And Amos looking at me being like, oh, I'm so cute. I made you a nest and you shit in it! Just clean that dog bed as well, sorry. We could have been cute and hung out all day, Amos, but no! You're gonna be the poop monster! Wet paint, thank you. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. And Lev Dev, Watto and welcome. But yeah, Wet Paint, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? But anyway, it's just... This is how bad this Unity, like, setup is. And the thing is, like... It goes back to the Stabby Dave scenario. Which, I know it's very, very... It's very, very blunt as metaphors go. But it's like... Stabby Dave has just said, every time you install your game, I'm just gonna fucking stab you if I feel like it. And then you're like, what the fuck, Stabby Dave? And then, if Stabby Dave then later on says, actually, you know what? I'm only gonna stab you in specific circumstances. You're still stabbing me, Dave. You're stabbing me when I don't like this. Stabbant's not. So even if Stabby Dave goes, actually, you know what? For now, no stabbings. Like, mate, what the fuck? If your friend says, I'm not going to stab you today, it kind of raises the question of, when are you going to stab me, Stabby Dave? Fucking Stabby Dave. Stabby, no stabbing! But like, again, this isn't hyperbole, alright? We're not doing like gamer rage. This is real shit business. Like, really shit business. Well, Fearless, we'll have to add Stabby Dave to the list after, what was it, Maflamph, was it My World of Maflamph? He's Stabby Dave, what a character. What a Shitaru! And that's, again, that's the thing, I can't bang this drum hard enough. Stabby Dave isn't being honest with us. Like... So yeah, it is a fucking mess in the games industry. I keep looking in on LinkedIn, which is usually the land of, like, you know, delusions and kind words. And even on LinkedIn, everyone's like, yeah, no, fuck these guys. Well, so LevDev... you are correct. If people did decide to stay with Unity, they would need to make sure that they were gaining X amount of cash per install. So it would, if people stayed with Unity, they'd need to switch to thinking about games like mobile games. So you'd need to think that, like, how is Stabby Dave a real guy? Fuck. Oh. What if it turns out Stabby Dave is like the nicest guy on Twitch and I've just been shit-talking someone? Anyway. No, so, LevDev, if we stop and look at this from a business standpoint, like, if you have to ship with Unity and this does go ahead, like, because here's the thing, sometimes you get dealt a shit hand, or sometimes your dog shits everywhere and you have to take it in hand. This is being cute as he's been a poo monster. But, you would have to start thinking of your game like a mobile game, in that every person...
This Stabby Dave's totally honest and perforation-free game engine and middleware dealership place seems on the up and up. We can trust them.
Oh, Welsh guy won't even say /sarcasm. And Phyllis, obviously, thank you. Yeah, no, this is totally fine and great. But yeah, so we find ourselves in a shitty position. We are months away from launch. We can't afford to port. Stabby Dave's doing Stabby Dave stuff. And we're like, fuck. So we have to change how we think about our game. We have to think about it like a mobile game. We have to make sure every person that installs the game, we are getting some kind of revenue generation back. Which means we want to be putting ads in. We want some kind of like... We want to consider it as like a user acquisition spend. So we want to give the users free in-game shit so they'll spend money on real stuff. And suddenly we're in the mobile game business mindset, which is a very difficult place to do things creatively. Because, like, you've got to have all of the basic monetization stuff down pat before you even start being creative. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm really enjoying Monster Hunter Now, and my only annoyance is I haven't been able to actually go and walk around the town to go hunt monsters. Like, it's fun. It's got a fun action combat system. But the first thing you see is like, right, here are the items and consumables. Here's how you buy items and consumables. Hey, here's a bunch of free ones to start with. Hope you'll spend them and get more stuff. Doop 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 doop. Like, and that's no hate. That's just how you've got to be on mobile. Like, you can't just make a fun and curious little title that people might buy or not buy, because it doesn't work. And even if you make a great game, and you make that great game free with like an optional spend, you're not guaranteed a banger there. Like, someone mentioned Vampire Survivors earlier. Which Survivors was out on mobile for a very long time, and absolutely did not get discussed. What are you after, mate? Alright, friends, I just got to get the baby boy some more water. The one thing that they did say is that the steroids are going to make him thirsty as, so I got to keep him hydrated. Hydrate or die straight. My lads. River, what are you doing? Dude! Sorry, that dude was him going noggin first into the guinea pig's cage, scaring the beans out of him. Alright, where were we? Now, Megaboss, mobile game optimization is a very, very complex topic. But so far as I understand, platform holders don't require titles to be backwards compatible beyond a certain amount of, like, nonsense. So, okay. Anyway, the reason why everybody is so livid about this Unity stuff is it's terrible. It's terrible business. It's an absolute potential death nail. Like, one of the great memes in the memosphere was the, you know, waking up to a million downloads of your game in 2023, waking up to a million downloads in your game in 2024. Yeah, well, so Lizzie, I don't know if Wolfcrad's with us, because Wolfcrad's got a better grasp of, like, trading. But so far as I understand, the dude didn't sell enough of his shares before the announcement, and he could make a case that he thought the announcement would be very successful because, like, sorry. Okay, Poo monster. So as I was trying to say,
My real niggas only. Sound like it's straight from the motherfucking cassette.
oh, sorry. Still a lot of things all at once. My apologies. Anyway, all I was going to say was that someone with a better understanding of how stock trading goes will be able to give you a little bit more info. It wasn't enough to be considered insider, and in theory, you know, Ballbag Ricotetto could make the case that he thought the announcement would be received well, but sorry. Yeah, and Levdev, the amount of studios that have come out and said, sometimes literally, fuck you, is redonkulous. Because here's the thing, you don't go after your engine maker, right? There are people in the past who have tried to go after engines and it has cost them everything. One of the most famous ones was Silicon Knights, who tried to blame Epic for their lack of support after they got in hot water for doing some work for hire for... It was like... God, it's fucking... Sorry. Silicon Knights went after Epic when X-Men Evolution was so poorly produced that the company that commissioned them to do the work went after them legally, and they tried to cross-counter by going after Epic, saying that they fucked up. Silicon Knights is now super duper dead. Like, super whooper dead. You know. And I know it's a bit mean of me to continuously pick on Silicon Knights over the years, but, you know, they created one of the most seminal horror works, and then proceeded to fuck up so hard as to take all of that goodwill and chuck it in the sea. So Levdev, like, you remember that whole Halo nonsense. So, like, telling your engine maker to go fuck themselves isn't a great... It is not a great move, usually, but that is how badly this has gone. Oh, sorry. So the other thing I was going to note is that for anybody looking to do the shifty shuffle over to Godot, get that good God at flavor. I've tricked myself in saying it right. Humble have like a $25 get yourself going with Godot setup. And like honestly now would be the time. The team behind just announced they've reached $30,000 a month in like Patreon style funding. So here's the thing, Godot has no plans, so far as we know, to be publicly traded. Their goal is to generate revenue through direct donations. Now, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, I understand that, but... And it's a very different challenge being publicly supported rather than publicly traded. But with a publicly supported engine, it's not about line go up, it's about consumer feature first, right? Which makes things like legacy debt issues harder to fix and can create some backlash when if a new version causes problems and your community goes, oh fuck that, then there will be a direct monetary impact. But because they're not publicly traded, Godot doesn't need to repeatedly turn even more of a profit than they did last time. Oh yeah, well, Fearless, the amount of people like publicly announcing that they are resigning from Unity is wild. And especially considering that we live in incredibly dark and unsure times. Quitting a stable tech industry job right now, that is a huge statement, right? Verdenflow says there's an import form from Unity to Godot. Not sure how well it works. I mean, I'd be interested to see a couple of people try it out. Hopefully it at least does a little bit of the heavy lifting. C222, what have you sent across? What have you done, cheeky? I'm so fancy! Oh, I'll have to share that with everyone later. Friends, C222 has developed some of their photos from PAX. And I look super fancy. I make a good ship captain. Alright. We're going to take a quick Being Mad at Unity break because I almost forgot. So for those of you that weren't in last night, so yesterday was a particularly bad day. But I did manage to get like a cheeky little stream in the evening. And once again, if you haven't seen it, look at my little friend. I fucking made this. This is my little Tepig. Look how fucking cute this shit is. And before you ask, yes, Tepig is my favorite Pokemon. Anyway, we did manage to sort something out yesterday. Friends, Longshipians, and Miscreants. If you gaze down into the doobly-doo, the P.O. box is back. And before you ask, yes, I did get 269. Nice. So, please, make sure to use the address proper if you want to send a thing. Because it has to be... Where's my little folder? It has to be... where's the deeds? Yeah, it has to be... So it's Viking Blonde or Will Overguard, whichever you fancy. And it's PMB 269. Like, it has to be PMB 269. That little bit's very important, because that's the specific address bit. And the rest should be spot on. Now, I haven't tested it, so... Hey!
Your son's just purchased everything you need to know about Godot for Encore bundle for $30.
Yeah, okay, Welsh guy says Godot. Thank you, Welshman. You have validated my terrible pronunciation. Oh yeah, Zakan, thank you. So yeah, PMB is postal mailing box. It's not technically a PO box, So you can send packages or things from online stores and stuff like that. You don't have to worry. It's not gonna cost me anything massively if you send large packages or things like that. But they will warn me. I've been thinking about this. What we'll do is, outside of like big events and things like that, we'll do like long ship mailbag once a month or something like that. Ben, my brain keeps falling over how to say that. I was like, good luck, mate. Like, it's terrible. Oh, nice! Numbers were saying that the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth trailer has the gold saucer. Now, they said they're turning it into a trilogy, not a two-parter, right? Getting weird flashbacks from Dot Hack. Has there been anything else from the state of PlayStation yet? Okay, that makes sense. Numbers saying the second game looks to be ending around the crater. Okay, that's cool. Okay. So, sorry, the ones I've been craving. Nice and spicy knickknacks. Obviously, Monster Munch. But weirdly, the salt and vinegar. They're not salt and vinegar. The pickled onion space raiders, if those still exist. I'm sure they're made out of like packing peanuts and bats, but I don't know why. Fearless, I don't think you can send me alcohol, but just because I think Washington State's got stupid rules about that. Iron Imp, they're still bad and slightly worse in the games industry, but we're taking a little break. What's the other British snack I've been craving? Those are the only ones that spring to mind. LevDev says the 1,000 Year Door remake is the highlight for them today. Fucking yo. It looks so good. C222 sends more beans. I need to go back into the VOD and clip the bit where Sam talks about having a nice cold, ice cold can of beans. Yes, hello, Nuggies. Apparently the guinea pigs have strong opinions on beans. Sorry, I do actually need more Marmite. Do you know, it's $9. It is $9 for the tiniest pot of Marmite you have ever seen in your life. Like, I found it in the grocery store yesterday. It's marginally larger than those single-service packets you get at, like, a bed and breakfast. $9! Bastards! So Numbers, I understand, like, I think your concerns are valid, but it really does seem like somebody within Square Enix has just decided, you know what? The Final Fantasy VII Remake is going to make bank, so that team, take your time. You're getting the Zelda treatment. Don't worry about it. Everyone gets a massage, everyone gets a soak in the tub. You recreate Midgar with that loving detail. Don't worry about it. We'll do the rest. God. So, naming no names. Sorry, this is another thing. If you wonder what I mean by the Zelda treatment, I found out just before PAX, because I guess I don't really look into Nintendo's development because there's such an anomaly that you can't really learn from them. You know, you can't make Zelda. You can make a Zelda-like game, but you can't make Tears of the Kingdom because you don't have the money, the brand, the support, and the sheer Nintendo of it all. I found out before that they finished. They were content complete on Tears of the Kingdom, and Nintendo went, "Hey, do you want just another year to just make it good?" like just to polish it up, just to bring the stuff together. And I guess they were like, you know what? Yeah, all right, Mr. Nintendo, that's fine. You know what? Yeah, we'll take an extra year. That does not happen to anybody. Like, that happens to no one. And the reason I got thinking about it was, naming no names, a bunch of dingleberries decided that they were going to do like one of those like design breakdowns of Tears of the Kingdom. And I was like, that's fucking pointless. Because what is the design lesson to learn from Tears of the Kingdom? Be Nintendo? Have infinite money? Like, what the fuck? Get on your fucking bike. Yeah, live there. It explains the polish and how they can have these incredibly complex physics interactions that are completely unique. Anyway. Oh, so one thing that did get buried, the PS5 is not doing good. Okay, sorry, I should clarify. The PS5 is doing okay, but it is not meeting expectations. And this got buried in all this Unity bollocks and everything else in the last couple of days, but I've really got to scroll up to grab it. I mean, I bet Square Enix is very happy that Unity shat every bed, because this one got to kind of sneak out, but Square Enix has lost out on a large amount of valuation due to the sales of Final Fantasy XVI being surprisingly lackluster. Now, for all intents and purposes, Final Fantasy XVI slaps. It is a great game. For all my cynicism and for all my nonsense, like, it absolutely kicks ass. Fucking yo. So, what's been going on? Well, the current theory is that, despite Sony's claims otherwise, the PS5 has not got a large install base. And because of that, even though it's sold good, it hasn't sold nearly what they were expecting. And considering that Final Fantasy has been a Sony-first franchise for a long time, makes you kind of go, what? Yeah, numbers. No one could find one for over a year. Like, and we know why that is. The planet went fuck-a-doodle-doo. The planet went whoopsie oh shit. And like, Einem says, is this PS5 sales performance doing poorly in Japan or just on export? Well, this isn't coming from Sony. According to Sony, the PS5 is fucking brilliant and great and is selling a gajillion units all the time forever, which is very common when discussing things like hardware sales, you know. And yeah, no, Greybeard, Sony will bounce back. It's just, it's wild to think about that, you know, even with all that powerhouse nonsense, they've been having a difficult time. Oh, you know, numbers, and that's entirely fine. This isn't like a judgment zone. We owe no allegiance to any console manufacturer or any platform. As the great Kevin Butler says, we serve one master, its name is games, and long may he rule! Like, the place where we experience that, that's somebody else's problem, you know? So, Back Alley, when you say you're having a Kirk tonight, do you mean like a Star Wars, a Star Trek original William Shatner, or a Lurk with an accent? Sorry, I'm trying to see if there's a PlayStation State of Play article up so I can get the diddly-os. I don't know if anyone's put up a distinct lineup. Ark of the Conclave says, are we the Switzerland of console wars? Nah, we're a Viking crew who serve no king, you know? Ultimately, We're about the experiences. We're about the people that create games. The companies that facilitate it, the huge behemoths that sell the hardware or, or shell out the money. Like, we don't owe them shit. Ultimately, publishers don't make games. Game devs make games. Publishers just give them money to do it. Sony didn't make the Final Fantasy VII Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? Like, a team of devs at Square Enix did. So, yeah, we don't owe them shit. Hey, Greybeard, if Mr. the Sony wants to drop $3 million on the Longship and we become an exclusive PlayStation house, then that is a different kettle of monkeys. But I will say, the Longship's allegiance to any platform is at least a 7-figure purchase. And Vernflow, things do get blurry with Nintendo, but, that's because Nintendo likes to keep things obfuscated. There is still a team inside of Nintendo of Japan who made Tears of the Kingdom. And they aren't the same as the people that handle the, the financing and business side. It's more clear-cut with American-based operations, but yeah. Oh. Also, sorry, I saw Damien popped in. Damien, how does it feel to be right at the moment? For those of you who don't know, Damien primarily works in Viking Game Maker, like a legend. I have been saying that anybody that's using Godot or Game Maker or RPG Maker, sorry, I meant to say RPG Maker, not Game Maker, but or anybody that has been making their own homebrew engine, they all get to do the I told you so dance. They get to have a little smug boogie. Like, you've earned that. You have shipped titles in RPG Maker. You've earned this. And sorry, the thing that caused my brain to reset was Ben saying, on the subject of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, someone on Blue Sky said, the second disc of the third game will be on 2 discs, and that caused the PlayStation loading sound. If you heard something that sounded like a disc spinning up, that was me. That was my brain. If you haven't seen it, this is a complete aside, the Steamed Hams, but it's a PlayStation 1 game, might be one of the best deconstructions of the experience of playing PS1 games back in the day. Amos, you are fine. Do not make me get the squirty bottle. We are calm. The poo-poo monster. Sorry, I go in Judge Dredd mode when I've got this. Greybeard says, has any group tried to do a game engine that's purely open source? There have been buttloads of them. I don't know what the current state of them is, but I know Saverbron was open source, which was the updated version of the Cube engine. Fuck. I mean, for all intents and purposes, a game engine really kind of is open source, if you know what I mean. Does that make a weird sense? Like, it is a framework to make things work. Oh god, I forgot about Ogre. Good old Kenshi. God, good old Kenshi. And no, someone was saying that Hotline Miami was made in Game Maker. So many incredible games have been made in so many.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems now.
Hookshot, how are you doing? Do you need a vent?
Why, hello there.
Do you need to just scream at the earth and wave a fist at Unity? Also, thank you for the 38 months, and I hope you're doing good, friend. Okay, I mean hookshot. That's smart, but if you need to move engines, I do know some friends that have gone through the rigmarole and would be happy to help. Oh, sorry. Hookshot was saying that they'll back out a decision. I mean, Hookshot, any other year, I would agree with you, because right now it's currently like PR suicide. But, you know, 2023 seems to be the death to Empire's year. And at this point, it wouldn't shock me if Rigotetto Ballbag, no, Mr. Brainworms himself, doubled down and just went, no, we're doing this. It would not surprise me. Like I said, I keep checking in on the peeps that I've been consulting with, because I'm so worried. What a fucking week. What a fucking week. Fearless, it's going to be interesting to see, because yeah, his announcement did tank things, and it's kind of stayed consistently shite since then, so... and it will be interesting to see what happens, but we'll see how it goes, right? We'll see how it goes. Like, so like with the Hasbro, when they announced what they were considering to be the changes to the Dungeons and Dragons licensing agreement for third parties, you know, that was a leaked document that was walked back after much backlash. This was a full-on announcement. Like, this went through levels. This was a written statement. Like, the question is basically, how bad is the delusion of the C-suite swords over at Unity? Do they even hear? Are they all having meetings right now being like, it's just the devs don't get it? One of the statements they made is that, what was it, something like only 10% of developers will actually have to pay due to this runtime thing. And which, once again, everyone turned around and went, according to who? You? Right now, you are creating a nebulous system with nebulous goalposts and completely uncalculable... Well, not with completely random possibilities. You know, one of the first things that we saw was, like, consumers going, hey, I can create a bot that will install and uninstall this game to cost devs money so I can fuck with them. Because sometimes consumers are the fucking worst. Unity comes back and goes, don't worry about that. We'll have bad guy detection set up. And of course, the game dev community is like, oh, how are you doing that? They're like, factors. What? No, we want some actual fucking answers here. Yeah, I know we covered this earlier in the stream, but just the thing of like, oh, you're on Game Pass? Don't worry, Mr. Microsoft will cover that. Have Microsoft already agreed? Have they said, sure, good on you, little buddy. You know what, Unity, you plucky game engine, we'll give you money from already successful setup because of reasons. Sure. Rigotetto's found my house. He's after me. So I know there's a better term for this in PR and marketing, but I've always called it the 10th man because I fucking love the book of World War Z. Because Phyllis was saying, like, if you're developing technology, you have a responsibility to ask yourself, how could the worst people in the world abuse this? Yeah. I think about this as the 10th man philosophy, which is, if you're in a meeting and 9 people come to roughly the same conclusion about how something's going to be implemented or used or discussed, it is your job as the 10th man to go, alright, but what if? It is your job to go worst case scenario. It is your job to re-examine the information and go, alright, how could this be? Because you do not want to be caught off guard. Like, you don't want to have a curveball come at you. And with something like this, like, if there was even a 10th man in the description, they were absolutely not involved in the decision process or just outright ignored. Sorry, if you haven't read it, and I do recommend reading it, also the audiobook is incredible. World War Z, tales of what happened to the world when zombies appeared, as told by a UN investigator who's like chronicling what happened after the fall. And in the chapter about Israel, they have the concept of the 10th man, which is like, if an intelligence community gets a piece of info and 9 people come to the same conclusion, it is the job of the 10th man to re-examine it. And the 10th man goes, hey, everyone keeps saying zombie in these reports that we're receiving. What if they literally mean zombie? And so it's a wonderful book. I won't spoil it. If you get the audiobook, Mark Hamill's fucking brilliant. Yeah, Fearless, that's a good way of looking at it. But I've taken to adopt that in games industry stuff as being like, alright, if you're announcing something and you think everybody is going to love, what happens if people fucking hate it? And why would they hate it? So you're prepared. So in the event of something like this Unity situation, you're not scrambling to make up these bullshit half statements. You know? Now, there was no way this was going to go well. There is no way this was going to go down in a good and positive light. And whoever it was that made the call on this one was not listening to anybody. You know, we've seen this before. I'm super grateful again to the Sega of America document leak. Oh, what's up? You're not tracking poo in here again, are you? Well, so Stony Kiwi, they were, but there was definitely some kind of like communication bubble. This isn't anything shocking to any of you. You've probably encountered this in at least one professional environment you've been in. This is not unique to tech or video games, but what can happen is when Mr. In Charge decides on X, for whatever reason, could be a money reason, could be an ego reason, doesn't matter, but he decides, we are doing the thing. Sir, the thing is that you're asking all of our consumers to slather their genitals in honey and dip them into a live wasp's nest. Yes, but the benefits of genital wasp nest are X, Y, and Z. Sir, that's fucking stupid, and you have a stupid face. You're not fired, but you're never going to be allowed to talk to me again about this. The haters get back. And so it creates a situation where, you know, Mr., you know, jam your junk in a wasp's nest removes any person that critiques this incredibly stupid idea. Until eventually, all that is left is people that don't want to lose their position, so they're not going to critique it. Or people that really do think that, you know, popping the old, you know, downstairs mix-up into angry insects is a great idea. And it creates this, like, hyper-focused echo chamber. By the time it reaches the people who have to actually put out the press statement, they're fully aware of the fact that this is a bad idea, but if I step against it, I'm fucking done. It does sting, LevDev. Yeah, well, Kakazi, we talked a lot about this, about like the difference between good evil and stupid evil. Corporate greed is evil, and, you know, if I had a bibbidi-bobbidi magical wand, I'd just get rid of it. Unfortunately, I can't. We're all stuck with it. But there are so many ways that Unity could have implemented a methodology for generating them more revenue that wouldn't have been this. Like, oh no, and Kakazi, I understand that you know this. I'm not saying this because I think you're ignorant to this. And again, friends, I hope none of this comes across as patronizing. A lot of this is both, I'm trying to lay forth all the details just for, I guess, clarity, so that everybody's on the same page. But also, I'm fucking mad. I'm angry. Do you know how much it takes me to get angry these days? It takes a lot. Yeah, C222, you're absolutely right. Like, so they bought this adware company, right? Announcing easy facilitation of game devs to insert, like, adverts into their video game in weird and unobtrusive matters that generates them revenue. Brilliant. Brilliant. Like, advertising is villainous and evil, and it is basically, like, capitalist propaganda. However, sometimes it pays the fucking bills. Alright? You know, not everybody is lucky enough to have a squad like you backing them up. And, you know, I've joked about this before, but, you know, if Shadow Legends decides to throw $1 million at the Longship, you know, we'll help out this little baby boy. Everybody has a price. If being able to put adverts for other, you know, products or experiences in your game in a way that isn't awful, or at least in a way that consumers will put up with, I mean, it might be the difference between being able to make 5 games or being able to make 1 game and then never make another. Right? That's smart evil. I know in the past there's been a few attempts at creating like in-game billboards and stuff like that for advertising products. It ends up being way too much of a hassle, especially with like multi-regional stuff, but Ben's like, excuse me, can I create a near-identical engine called Punity? The pronunciation there is very important. As you two also did grow up in the UK in similar timings to myself, and that's way too close to some heinous terms. See, this is why you workshop ideas. Yeah. Although, what's quite fun, Ben, is that thanks to the success of like Borat and other projects, most of everybody's forgotten about Ali G. And it makes me laugh because anytime I'm like, actually, I did live in Staines for a while, everyone's like, Staines? Oh, never heard of it. I'm like, yes. Sorry, an Air Dragon, Watto and welcome. And Greybeard, yes, Unity did do the equivalent of dumping toxic waste into Yellowstone and claiming it was good for the environment. Canada. Fuck it. That's a person I would love to get drunk with, is Sacha Baron Cohen. That dude has a disregard for his own safety, the likes of which...
Lizzie said to do this.
Crux, thank you kindly. But anyway, sorry. Jumping back. Adverts are evil, but there can be a way to offset the cost of development. The standard mobile game model of, hey, do thing, watch an advert, or pay money so you don't have to watch adverts. I don't like it, but it makes business sense, right? Like, having those little adverts in the banners and whatnot, like, it makes business sense. It is unfortunate that, especially in the games media, games journo space, they unfortunately became so reliant on ad revenue and wraparound ads that it really has created some bad times, but... Oh, LevDev. Always lovely chatting with you. But that's another kettle of monkeys. Fuck off. Sorry. I lost my train of thought. I gazed into chat and Alice went, I remember Ali G as well. I also remember to take ibuprofen for my back. Wow. From targeted ads to targeted attacks. Fucking hell. Actually, Iron Imp, as a fun thing, Sacha Baron Cohen was described by Jackass performers as one of the most unhinged people they'd ever met. But that's not the story. Sorry, trying to bring it on back. Yeah, Lizzie, that's saying something. So Vernflow says, you can always make games that are ads, like the Burger King game or Pepsi Man. So here's the weird thing, Vernflow. Those were actually terrible forms of advertising, but they've become legendary. Like, it's worth noting that Pepsi Man was completely lost to time until, I guess we could blame the speedrunning community for repicking it up. And Sneaking... Like, Sneaking did not sell. Alright, and friends, I promise I'm not bringing this nonsense up just to repeatedly plug Buy Me Toys. But Sneaking is still only $10 on Amazon, like for a physical copy. Also, as an aside, if any of you have like an Xbox 360 or any of the equivalents gathering dust somewhere, I would happily adopt it. Because there is a handful of 360 games that I want to stream with you all. Most of them are fucking terrible, but some of them are interesting, you know? That's pretty much all I have the Amazon wishlist for now is, well, okay, dumb stuff to remind myself of later. Oh, Varbles. That would be feckin' rad. However, I am not accepting loans. You have to be ready to say goodbye to it, because after Amos tail destroyed a bunch of stuff...
Sneak King money.
Well, shit! Burnt Flow, now I've got to get it. I should have just linked you the fucking wish list. No, Burnt Flow, that's incredibly kind of you. Fucking thank you. And again, I'm not sharing this with you. I'm not sharing this with you to be like, buy me toys. I'm sharing this with you just to let you know, like, the kind of games I have in mind. But yeah, the reason why I don't want to borrow somebody's 360 for this is Amos is an entity of chaos, and I wouldn't be able to replace something, you know? Item says, do check a Pepsi Man Let's Play. I can't afford Pepsi Man, legitimately. But what I can afford is Mind Jack, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, and Lost Planet 2. Also see Fracture. Mercenaries 2 is expensive again, because somebody mentioned it. Oh, and there is a copy of Eat Lead, The Legend of Matt Hazard, but that's like $35. So that'll have to be later. Also, Vampire Rain I'd love to show you all, because if you haven't seen that one, it's a fucking mess in the most fascinating way. But yeah, sorry. Fuck, I completely lost my train of thought because we got talking about sneaking. Oh, Chex Quest. The reason why we don't see more of these cash-in video games is that they're really difficult to prove ROI on. And so really all they have is potential cultural impact, which is very difficult to measure in the space of a financial year. So things like the Super Wipeout video game on Xbox Live and stuff like that. So Air Dragon, on that regard, I don't know. If you have a look at the wish list, I think the elites are like $150. But I haven't looked into acquiring one locally because, like, as you've all seen, I don't have any free fucking time. Like, there is no free time. There is only Zool. Oh, speaking of time, Shitaru, go get some sleep, friend. Damn it! I know there was a reason we went down this path, and I got lost. I got lost in the woods. Sorry. Thank you kindly. Well, so RSC, sorry. Thank you for the bits. But here's the thing. This isn't Drama Llama nonsense. Oh, sorry, Van Beast. Thank you for filling my dots. That's one of the reasons why we're churning into this. It's like, this isn't, oh man, I can't believe Stabby Dave said that salt and vinegar pom bears are terrible. Fucking get him, fucking Stabby Dave. Salt and vinegar pom bears are the best flavor of pom bears, fight me. However, this is something that they have announced. This isn't a leak. Oh no, Ben, penguins are better than Tim Tams. The surface area of like chocolate to biscuit ratio, choice. Though I will say the dark chocolate and raspberry Tim Tams, if we had those in penguin form, god tier. Also, Tim Tams don't have terrible puns on them, so anyway. But no, this isn't drama. This is real. And right now, this will really have an impact. Now, I don't disagree with Hookshot and people saying that it's likely they'll walk this decision back. Because, like, they made an announcement and the whole games industry turned around and went, fuck you, buddy! Which is rare. There is no one going, well, maybe Unity have a point. They don't. As it currently stands, they're just going to start charging everyone in January. Because of reasons. And that has gone down like a shit in a swimming pool. So, like, this is valid. You know, this hits all the criteria. This is punching up against a rich white guy, and this is something that is, like, universally detrimental. Air Dragon, Hoyoverse has not made a statement yet. A lot of people are theorizing that Unity has been doing some quiet behind-the-scenes, like, damage control with their large clients. So people like Hoyoverse and stuff like that might be offered, in exchange for not talking about it, they might be exempt from this new challenge. Which is also a piece of shit. Like, if you want to roll something out, you know it sucks so bad that your main clients aren't going to want it. Like, maybe you fucked up. Yeah. Hookshot, like, I wholeheartedly agree, but yeah. Well, and again, like, it's a continued fee as well. To my understanding, like, that small charge is something that will be recurring. Lagmeister says Unity's mistake was not announcing NFTs alongside it. That way they could retract the NFTs and everyone would be like, whew, dodged a bullet. Honestly, Lagmeister, they could have announced that they're just going to start randomly setting fire to people's dogs at the same time. Like, they needed something seriously heinous to offset. Whew, to offset the star bid. One C222, that's the thing. Who will pay for this? There's no feature. There's no benefit. They've just said, fuck you, pay me money. Right? Because the thing is, it's any Unity install. It's not like, oh, well, if we're talking about this new version, like, that includes all this new shit, then absolutely. And while it's not being applied retroactively, so, like, if you have 1 million installs, you won't suddenly be charged for that. But every single install beyond that 1 million, you will be. Ben saying, wait, is this something I could have been doing this whole time? Nothing about our friendship is going to change, but now every time you think about me, you have to give me 20 cents. The hard drive put out, we're now going to charge our writers 20 cents every time you read their article. Like, fucking hell. Item says quads porting to got it. Fuck yeah. So Air Dragon, according to Unity, the thing that's going to stop people from botting is that they're going to be somehow tracking malicious installs. But again, they have not revealed any of the data on how they do this. Apparently, they've got a system. They've got a system, and we're just supposed to trust them. Oh, Dumpers, thank you kindly. So mad. So mad! I mean, here in the Longship, we have the same method as the fucking Godot team, which is like, hey, for as long as you want me to keep doing this thing, anything you throw in, fucking great. In the event that it ever stops being a thing, well, we had a fucking good run of it. PBS says, Hoglord, a nice breakdown of the mess. Okay. I mean, I like chatting with you lot about it because you've all got enough of a grounding where I don't have to explain the ins and outs of a larger portion of stuff, but... C-Tripper says, was it Unreal that just gave God a cash injection? Possibly. Like, I've been in the chaos pits. I'm sorry, Vernflow. I've unfortunately taken your basic understanding of nothing and have injected some stuff. Squarepeg says Unreal gave it a mega grant. Fucking brilliant. Although I can understand why.
Oh, Flumpy Poo Boy.
Lumpy Poo Boy. I can understand that because, like, Godot's not looking to compete with them as a 3D engine and as a service. And in a certain way, Unreal can just go... Sorry, Epic can just go, hey, we're just going to keep focusing on, like, high-fidelity 3D. You all want to handle the 2D stuff? Great, here's some money. Please make a cool 2D engine. We'll sell you games. Like, that's smart! I mean, you could consider it smart evil if you want to look at everything through cyberpunk lens, because cyberpunk's back on my brain, but... I mean, if... Shit. Again, on the subject of evil, if Amazon could get out of Amazon's fucking way, they would be a contender in this space. Unfortunately, they bought CryEngine, which is a bastard to work with. Really, really good engine once you know how to make it do stuff. Like, it creates gorgeous, like, damn near timeless 3D games, but getting there is painful. But unfortunately, everything I've heard about...
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Well, Naru Hoodie.
What? Oh, that's almost a year.
It is
dude.
almost a year. What are you going to do when it hits a year? What will ensue when you get the final form of the Longship? Oh god, okay. Air Dragon, I just went through a fucking gauntlet reading your comment. That was... Sorry, Air Dragon went, I mean, Unity has really just declared a straight-up war with crackers. And I was like, excuse me, what? Oh, people that crack video games. I've been in the Americas for too long. No, Air Dragon, you're fine. I had a friend correct me because if a video game can be cracking, like if it's absolutely top tier, that is a cracking video game, then a group of video games that are very good would be a group of crackers. A friend had to correct me on that one a few times. Well, so Air Dragon, here's the thing. Unity have basically added an extra tier of go fuck yourself to piracy. Now, it is not my place to tell any game devs how they should feel about piracy of their titles, alright? That is entirely up to them. I understand that medium to large size studios do have to take piracy into consideration, because it can create an undue stress on services and systems without the revenue coming in to back it up, right? God, I forget the name of the title now. It was like an early MOBA about gods battling, and apparently it sold like 25,000 copies at launch and had 200,000 people playing it at launch because it was so rampantly pirated. It's not Smite, it was pre-Smite. It was a box copy title, but like, piracy can hurt. In the indie spheres, lots of different teams have lots of different opinions. I know that Chet has gone on the record saying that if you're not able to buy the Anacrusis, and if you're really fiscally struggling and you want to play it with your friends, then he's not going to get mad at you for pirating the title. And I completely understand that. That's his choice. Like, that was his statement to make. Obviously, on Twitch.television, we can in no way condone video game piracy. That's part of the TOS nonsense. But here's the thing. A pirated game is a philosophical discussion. Demigod, thank you, Varbles. 5 points to your house. Alright, sorry, let me just record scratch, bring it on back. So, a pirated title is a philosophical discussion because would that person have bought your game? Would they have spent money on your title? Or was piracy their only revenue? Did they choose to pirate rather than spend money? Or were they interested and intellectually engaged, but they didn't have the fiscal means, so they used piracy? Now, again, this gets into some wild philosophy territory. Back in the early iTunes days, we used to talk a lot about the iTunes model because it basically said, rather than trying to fight MP3 piracy, iTunes would just make it easier for you to buy it than to steal it. Like, that was their whole business model, and it worked. Like, it turned out as people transferred over to to iPhones and things like that they could still use all their pirated MP3s, or they could use the MP3s of discs that they'd ripped. But if you were only listening to tunes on your PC and on your iPhone or your iPod or what have you, and you went, fuck, I kind of want this new album. If I buy it, I have to buy the CD, it has to physically get to me, then I have to rip it, or I have to spend the next 2 days trying to find a fucking torrent that isn't a bunch of Simpsons fart noises all sampled in, and it doesn't contain Linkin Park in the end.exe. So they just made it easier. And it worked. Now, Nari, you are entirely correct that the anime services setup has done a similar thing. There's a lot of streaming services that have done, which is it's easier to give Crunchyroll $5 a month than it is to try and find a high quality torrent of a particular show. And again, I respect that. The philosophical discussion is whether or not someone is pirating your video game because they do not have the funds to do it, or they have disregard, that if you made it harder to pirate, that they'd spend the money. And that's the whole discussion. But when you add the Unity flavor into it, you add another thing, which is every pirated copy could potentially introduce a fuck you. Unity says, don't worry about it. We'll tell the difference between pirated and unpirated games. People who pirate games, people who crack DRM stuff, their whole reason for being, their raison d'etre, is to make it seem as if the game that you have just janked off of the internet is a legitimate copy. Don't worry about it. Find a gajillion workarounds or cracks or removing existing DRM setups. So now we create a situation where, because of, like, fuck-a-doodle-doo, people pirating your game will cost you money. And that is a very real thing. That's not a philosophical discussion. We're not talking about games preservation or, like, you know, we're not talking about people's income and their purchasing habits. It's just, fuck you, pay me. But for nothing! Like, I don't know if you're aware of this, but for certain users, when they want to pirate titles that have online systems, some of them have janked their own hosting services. Like, obviously, I would never ever condone something like, oh, I don't know, an Ultima Online shard using an emulator. I would never condone such a thing. But those systems work by creating a fake Ultima Online server that authenticates as if it were a real one, and then you take the legitimate client and connect it to that. You know? But in that situation, either you bought a copy of Ultima Online or you didn't, and you just downloaded the client. But the server hosting, the interactions, all of that is being done at the behest of these communities. That doesn't cost EA anything. But what if it fucking did? Whoa, and not just easy, that's the thing. It's not fuck you, pay me, and I'll raise my game, because they have, like, Unity has no power to pull games, right? Unity has no ability to contact distributors and say, alright, now, get them out of here. And let me tell you, trying to tell Steam to do shit like that never ends well. For as much heck as we give Steam for a lot of things, they do not negotiate. Not like fucking that. Fuck it. Where's my Wipeout jungle mix? There we go. My blood is up today. Oh, and C222, it was funny as fuck that we found out that Rockstar have been selling basically a cracked version of their own title for the air quotes remasters. Oh shit, that's even funnier! Okay, so according to Ben, as we know, Rockstar using pirated copies for digital re-releases. The Steam version of Manhunt has been broken since 1923. Fuck me running. Since 2013, because it's 100% the pirated DRM-free copy, and it contains the anti-piracy that makes it so difficult it's unplayable. Lizzie doing a great Yoda impression. Oh, my blood is up to date. Puzzle that is. Not know why that might be. I can't believe it's been so many days and Unity hasn't walked it back. They keep over-explaining it and making it so much worse. Amos from the other room. It's a mystery! Look, I'm just glad he stopped howling, friends. I'm just glad he stopped howling. They're all having a little sunlight. Yeah, no, Air Dragon, that's what's so fucking sad, is you're right. It is better for you to buy an indie game and never play it. Like, what the fuck? Actually, I know Night Dive got bought by Atari, so. Well, and Greybeard, again, it is important that we remember the details in situations like this. The Wizards of the Coast D&D thing, that was a leaked internal document.
Buying and then not playing a bunch of indie games. What is this? My Steam library.
What is my Steam library for 200 bits? Damien says, I already got people buying and not playing my stuff all the time. Shame I didn't get into Unity. God, it's messy as fuck. It's messy as fuck. Okay, so friends, are there any points of this that we haven't touched on or haven't discussed? Because I realised, aside from the poo problems, we've been going for like 2 and a bit hours, and I've kind of been talking at you all quite a lot. So is there anything from this that you feel we haven't talked about, or you just want to just vent? Like, you know, I am your bartender that doesn't serve you drinks. How are you doing? Lagmeister, yes, you may see the build from yesterday. This is my little tepig. And again, friends, either just as a nice fun thing to do in an afternoon, or if you've got like sproglets and you want to get them hooked on model building, these Pokemon kits are so fun to make. Though I did try and put together a proper Gundam kit afterwards, and my brain was not ready. Biggs, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Vernflow says, I don't think we discussed how this will affect add-on makers. What do you mean by... Oh, do you mean people that have been making their living selling assets through Unity? They're about to be fucked. And there's no nice or kind way of putting it. Because people are about to mass leave Unity, and they're not going to be coming back. Hopefully those people can readjust those assets for, you know, Unreal and other engines, but that's not entirely viable. And Nom Nom, Watto, and welcome. Actually, so I meant to yell at you and Martin, you feckin' terrors. Don't put stuff in the news channel under spoiler tags. You're allowed to talk about what goes down in the Nintendo Direct. Because it was yourself and Martin put everything in spoiler tags, but in individual spoiler bits. And I was trying to look at it on mobile this morning, and it's driven me up the wall. Anyway, how are you doing? No, Nom Nom, you're all good, you're all good. I'm just being a grumpy old man. I'm trying to process what, like... I'm trying to process the source. Alright, just gonna be like... Okay. But according to Screen Rant as of 4 hours ago, Bill Willingham, the creator of the beloved comic serial Fables, has released it into the public domain. So The Wolf Among Us, source material and all of that is now public domain. You can now make cool shit in the Fables universe. Grandmaster, you have no power here. You have no power here. If you even knew the modicum of ridiculousness that Deus has gone through to make me do push-ups in the past. Power must be cultivated, earned, and wielded. It is not casually thrown around. But it's lovely to make your acquaintance. Yeah, cartwheel that fucking busted my wrist for like a day. But no, like, Alnus, now, admittedly, if you have a look at the Screen Rant article, it does sadly seem like Bill doesn't have the money to sue DC as the relationship with DC Comics has degraded. So Bill's basically like turning around and flipping them the bird, being like, all right, if I can't resolve this, then fuck you royally. It's public domain now. Get fucked. And what I love about it is that Fables itself was one of the best variants of what if all the characters from fairy tale stories were actual people and they lived in cities alongside us. And it's a really good series if you get the chance to read it. For a lot of people, it's like Fables, oh my god, how am I forgetting it? Saga, and I mean, pick your third, but those were a real good example of like newer school original comics IPs. And Grandmaster, like, okay, congrats on running 8 miles. I did PAX, and that was enough to kill my legs. Wow. Yeah, Air Dragon. Like, I feel sad that Bill's not getting the big old dumpster pile of money that he deserves for creating something this great, but it does mean that it's now fair game. And, God, what a little teeny tiny fuck you to Disney and all. Because the characters in that are reworkings of, like, you know, fairy tales. You know, The Wolf Among Us is the story of the big bad wolf who has to be the fucking cop to deal with every other, like, bullshit thing going on. That now means that you've got, like, a semi-fantasy, semi-gritty, dark baseline for so many different... Like, there's so much to work with. Although, just before we move on, and I quote, Bill does cite caution, and he says that copyright law is a mess, purposefully vague and murky, and no two lawyers, not even specializing in copyright and trademark law, agree on anything. So, like, you're fine, shush. Amos has tucked himself out. Yeah, and Jamami, I think I'm there with you. Like, we're so used to seeing basically Disney snapping up every cool IP. To see a team turn around and go, or see a creator turn around and go, nah, it's all good. Oh, also, Alnus, as a small aside, congratulations for currently being in the lead in our Fantasy Critic League. I'm looking forward to doing this next year. I am second to last. Although Sadlin has dropped beneath me, so, haha.
Things I experienced.
What happened with Sadlin's point score? Oh, okay. Sadlin picked Hades 2 and the Suikoden remaster, both of which have been moved to 2024. But Mortal Kombat's been a big score. And Starfield reviewed really well. Me and Sadlin made terrible counter picks. Sadlin picked Starfield and I picked Final Fantasy 16, which reviewed really well. You're alright, Amos. Yeah, well, Air Dragon, now it should be at least easier to consume, so fucking yo. Well, Gear Graphic, we're gonna open the pit up a lot more next year for the Fantasy League, but this one was kind of like a half-year taster, you know. And we'll definitely have a lot more games to draft, and I might remove the counter picks, but who knows. If we're recommending comics, in case it's been longer than 2 seconds since I told you all, read The Wicked and the Divine. That has been one of my favourite comments. Basically, The Wicked and the Divine and BPRD have been like the two comic series that have shaped my tiny mind in the last like 10 years. Okay. So, there's been a lot of hot-boiled piss. A lot of hot-boiled piss today, and that's completely understandable. We are still totally down to talk about the situation with Unity or what have you. Like, it's been... God, it's been a fucking day. It's been a fucking week. Friday is cancelled. Nothing interesting is allowed to happen tomorrow. I am playing my card. No Friday. Friday is cancelled. No, we're going to play Sea of Thieves tomorrow and it's going to slap. No, that's a good question. I don't believe there is. Yeah, we can pour it on Riccatello's. To quote a song I've been listening to on repeat, friends, urine speaks louder than words. And, I don't know, if we treated CEOs as we would a terrible act at a music festival, then piss bottling would be a valid maneuver. Urinity, if you will. Lost Flowers Sea of Thieves is not a Unity title. So we do not have to worry, friends. But, hang on. As much as I'm enjoying this, I want to switch it up. I want to switch gears. And again, friends, if there is more stuff on the Unity thing that you want to talk about, like, I'm here to natter on it, and I'm here to listen. A lot of you are being directly affected by the stress that this is causing, and that's entirely valid. I wanna be like support friendo. But we're gonna offset it. We're gonna offset it with a gorgeous watercolor hand-painted indie game about exploring a beautiful little island. Because, you know, you gotta have the chaser for the shot. You know, as much as there is a catharsis to raging against Unity, you know, we must remember, for when we gaze into the rage gazes back into us. And those that hunt monsters beware, lest monsters ye become. As I butcher the fuck out of that quote. You know, it is a warm, sunny afternoon. And I think it is a good time to celebrate some good games. You know? In a strange way, I think, for all the currently going through my system, it's important to talk about why we fight, why these things matter to us. Like, games are one of the most incredible art mediums. They're so beautiful and varied. Like, I always used to get grumpy about the term escapism when it was applied to video games, because it's not just that. It can be. But we can spend our time in places that have only ever existed in feelings. And this is absolutely going to be one of those experiences. Oh no, I&M, that is entirely valid. That is entirely valid. Just crank BFG Division and go wreck some demons. Yeah, Naru, we can visit other people's worlds, ones we wouldn't have known about. And I think that's also why people have become so... The fuck it is, Zengling! Get in the fucking bin! Moderators, destroy them. Interrupt my speech about the beauty of video games, you fucking bastard. Sorry. Video games let us craft these beautiful and incredible worlds and share not only the place but the feeling. And it's not always a pleasant feeling. Sometimes it's frustration or confusion or sadness. Games aren't limited to just we've got the whole plethora. And while there are some things that are very difficult to do in games that other art mediums don't struggle with quite as much, there's also things that we can do that they can't. Like, we can make a world and someone can just sit and be in it for hours, days. We don't have to worry about the pacing and the attention of the audience. You know, we don't have to play fucking Subway Surfers on the side. People can be in these worlds. And especially for those of us that don't have the time or the finances to have a, you know, to have a holiday, to take time off. We can just be. And I think that's beautiful. And I think this is a game that encapsulates that. So yeah. Let's have a little jaunt.
You gonna come flum, or are you being a terror? You feisty?
What is your first memory?
Hello, River.
Mine is somewhere in the last few months before my 13th birthday. Whatever happened before is gone. Forever gone.
Yeah, Deus, the true horror.
I don't remember anything.
Chapter 1. The House. At C222, it's fine. I was a little worried that we were going to go, full on Monty Python. Mimi was just saying the dream again. My head hurts, and so does my back. I'll not continue any of those lyrics. Alright, where's my phone? Must be Dad. Okay, so we've got a little, like... Oh, that's lovely. It's like little context controls. You have one new message. From Fabrance. Where are you? Your mother's worried sick. Oh, no. Of course it's Dad. As if you want. Answer. Messages, not one. I should answer. Almost at the house. Quickly for once, let's see what he has to say. Alright. What are you hoping to achieve? Fuck you! Nora left me a box of memories and I need to find out. Looks like we're gonna have to fight somebody's dad. You don't. Come home. It doesn't matter. The removal people are coming on Friday to get rid of the junk. Do what you want, but you can't change the past. Holy crud. No, alright, Mimi, we're with you. Fuck that guy. Your dad's an asshole. Aww. The same week that they lost their grandmother and their job. You got this. You have a bunch of jumped up Vikings on your side.
Amos, you're okay, mate.
going to. Jesus, Jiminy. Okay. Stole the letter from Dad. He was never going to tell about my own grandmother. But the other message was a bigger surprise. What's the other message? This is not where I thought this game was going to be starting us off, by the way. I thought we were going to be starting on like a little like, oh, here's happy fluffykins on a happy fluffy island doing happy fluffy things. Yeah, so Hookshot, that one's been a bit of a quagmire, but sorry, Hookshot was saying that they looked up.
Dear Mimi,
Oh.
this letter will come as a surprise to you. Your father decided to cut ties with me 20 years ago. A choice I understood, but never accepted. This letter is about goodbyes. I will be gone by the time you read it.
I'm in love with this art style.
I've left something for you in my house.
Settle
A
it.
box of memories and a letter. I hope you like to play and explore as much as you did the last time you visited Dordogne.
Dordogne, okay. Been calling it
Forever
Dordogne.
with you, Nora.
Kitty! I am immediately looking to make best friends with the cat. Also, the billboarding on the facial features is really clever. I do not remember this place. But I've been here before. I don't remember anything. I wonder if they would hide the key somewhere. Well, we know where the key is. It's by the kitty. Find a way to get into the garden. Oh, and this is Bad Dad. Shrink. Unload. Chance we'll see you on Tuesday, your next appointment. Oh. I'm so sorry, Mimi, something came up. I have to leave town for a few days. I guess Alex is going to be our boyfriend? Oh, sorry, I should say partner. I walked past our Chinese restaurant. Let's have lunch there. Who is this? This is Mimi. It's my new phone number. Please come and save us. I have stuff to deal with right now. Mimi, everybody misses you at the agency. I miss you too. I'm upset I was fired, but I'm glad I'm not there anymore. Okay. So, for one, I'm just in love with this unapologetic... This unapologetic watercolor cutout style. Even the UI is just... like, quintessentially its own. Okay. Can see something in the letterbox. Oh! Key. Someone must have dropped it in there. Lovely. I thought we were going to have to get the one from the kitty, but... Alright, let's empty the letterbox. Also, someone lost their cat. No, we've seen him. I love the context controls. It just gives it that extra tactile vibe. Hello, Amos.
Are you done being a stressy boy?
At least he stopped howling. October 1st, to Nora's family. Oh, 2002. I heard about Nora's passing. I want to share my deepest sadness. The whole town shares your pain. We hope to find peace in knowing how much good Nora did since she moved to this region in the 50s. Our most sincere condolences. The mayor, the deputy mayor, and everybody in town. Okay, so we can't get the fingies in to grab the key, but we can do like a little shake the key out. Alright, so it's stuck in there. Let's see if I can take the back off the letterbox. Oh, that is cool. I think the Nuggets have decided that it's additional salad time. So, I tell you what, once we get into the house, friends, I'll need to take just a quick little break. Get the Nuggies some salad. Make sure Amos hasn't destroyed anything else. Little monster. Alright, now we have the key!
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So Iron Imp, billboarding is a shorthand term for, you know, like the enemies in Doom? How no matter which angle you look at, they're always a flat image looking at you. That's billboarding. What they've done with Mimi's 3D model is, at least during the cutscenes, Mimi's mouth and a couple of details are always facing the character. So it gives it that, like, cartoon come to life vibe. And yeah, sorry, they do. They crave the salad. They crave the salad muchly. Oh, what's this? Not orientation selection. It's a flat sprite always looking at you.
Would a cowardly guinea pig be a chicken nugget?
Absolutely fearless. I mean, it was most common from like the old id Engine days. Or is it called the build engine? I always get my terms all in a tiz was. But yeah, it was a way to create like a faux 3D. So rather than, while you were in a 3D environment, your enemies weren't actually 3D, they're just flat. But depending on the angle where you were looking at them and how they were moving, it would just switch to a different sprite. This little garden is lovely. God, this is beautiful. Like, it's all watercolor styled. Some of it is like flat assets. Some of it's this like, it looks incredibly flat, but as you notice, like the environments are all textured up. It's also doing the same thing that the newer Guilty Gears have done with like faux frame rate. You'll notice on like the puffs as well. Maybe. Shit, I need to ask Floydo about this one. So friendos, I have to beg your forgiveness. I'm just going to check on the animals very quickly, maybe grab myself some water. And then we'll keep going with this. Although, okay, sorry, before I jump in, someone was asking about Unity nonsense, and I missed the question. Oh, it does that thing where it pauses the music when we alt tab. Where was it? Oh, yes, just Hookshot was just saying about how legal or illegal a lot of the stuff going on with the Unity things are in the US. And it's messy because different states have different laws in terms of, like, amending contracts with no agreement. A lot of people are saying that it's not legal in the state of California. So what Unity have done by basically saying, fuck you, pay me, is illegal. So we'll see how that shapes out. But yeah. Yeah, Fearless, I feel the same way. I really dislike the term boomer shooter because, yeah, it was absolutely something done to spite the boomer generation. Something they actively sought to ban. But, I don't know. Generations don't matter for diddly anymore. You know, since monoculture disappeared, it only really affects, like, what toys you had when you grew up. Alright, friends, I will be back with you all in just a second. And seriously, thank you for bearing with me today. I'm sorry it's been so chaotic. Dear friends, thank you for waiting. There is a special kind of happy surprise of looking in the fridge to grab salad for the guinea pigs and realising, oh shit, I've got leftover sandwich. So, forgive me while I do a little bit of a crunch while we're hanging out, but the hunger is real. The guineas are, hey!
Everything you need to know about God of War Encore bundle was just purchased for $25.04.
One more to Godot. Damn it, I'm double guessing myself to saying it right when I'm trying to say it wrong on purpose. But whoever that was, seriously, thank you. And Greenfire, I don't sleep a lot. And one of the things that I tend to do when I'm having like manic no-sleep bad times is I'll go through upcoming releases on Steam, I'll go through titles and patch that interrupts us all. I'll go through things like Keymailer and stuff like that and look for upcoming games and see if there's anything that I think you all will enjoy. Fearless, yeah, the Kyle Gatto engine with built-in sleep mode. I played enough Resident Evil to know that this damp cave shed at the back was absolutely going to be sinister. So currently our character doesn't remember a lot of things. So clumsy. Oh, come on! And like, honestly, friends, the screenshots I saw before we started playing this,
So,
here we go. I only saw some of like the open exploration areas, and the art style wasn't quite as pronounced as this. So I'm as impressed as all of y'all. In a land before lights on everyone's phone, there was this candle, I guess. There we go. Just drop a lit match on the floor in your grand's house. Don't worry about it. Ooh, a fancy pen, no less. It contains a laser. Page remove cap. Aha! Spy pen. Okay, Grandma is way too prepared. Do you remember this pen, Nora? Do you remember this pen? I remember when you remembered this pen. And Jamami, have yourself a lovely rest of your evening. I completely understand, and I'm happy I found you a cool game to play. Oh, and Kaolu, Watto and welcome. There hasn't been too much in the way of updates from Unity's standpoint. Everyone's still mad. Things are still bad. But both the Nintendo and Sony Directs today were very good. If you're a fan of Mario and or Final Fantasy... Oh, okay. Okay, pen magic.
Make sure she brushes her teeth. She's always trying to get out of doing it.
Fabrice, I know how to bring up a child.
Huh.
I'm glad she's here with me. We'll have fun, the two of us.
That was before we moved to the States. 1982, I think.
We have to go now. Mimi? Mimi!
Yes?
Say goodbye.
Your dad's an asshole, Mimi. No. Oh. Okay. We've got a new sticker. We've got some fucking, let's say, nettles going on. Hope we wouldn't have to eat those. Oh, Mimi, you're gonna have a great time. Don't even worry about it. But no, so I know. The thing is, it might be in settings. Basically, there's a gentle sway to the camera. There's a gentle sway to the camera. That's what's creating that kind of like reading a book in the car feeling. Because if you're looking at this on mobile, I've got to unpack first before they let me go do the thing. Alright, we'll go and pack first. I was gonna go hit the swings, but apparently this kid is way too responsible. No, boring. What's this? Fucking love stickers! Yes! It's hard to be mad at the world when you have a lot of good stickers. Sorry, friends, I did not realise how hungry I was until I started snacking down. Burden flow, again, I completely understand. I hope you have a great time in this game. And then C222 saying, can anyone be angry in that hat? I don't think so, but Mimi's going to give it a bloody good go. Get me? Alright. I'm going to unpack first. Okay. It's like, ugh, why do I have to do it now? There's a slow deliberateness to a lot of the smaller actions, which I think is very powerful. Oh, protective mum. And a tiring dad. She keeps inventing problems as she is exhausting. Okay, firstly, who puts the flip-flops in on the top row? Like, I don't even know you, child. But it's interesting that our interaction here, there's the meticulousness of the different systems, but how we're unpacking things is expressing how our Wian is feeling. So right now we know that the kid's family are moving away. She doesn't want to be here with the grandparents over the summer. She wants to be hanging out with her friends. Ooh. Yay! Yay! We have an official map and a new sticker. Fuck yeah. Map be useful to get out of the house. Toothbrush and toothpaste. In the bottom drawer, just how I like it. That's the feet drawer. Everybody knows that. Alright, I'm trying to trundle downstairs. I don't know. Sorry. For any of you that have worked in large studios, especially large studios that make games focused on conflict, it's always fascinating because we spend so much time thinking about the player, who they are in the space and what they do. It's really refreshing when playing games like this because it's the same philosophy. Who are we? Well, we're little Mimi. What does little Mimi do? Well, little Mimi's visiting their grandparents for the summer, or their grandma for the summer. Mimi doesn't want to be here. Mimi is pissed off at their family that they're moving house. Mimi is pissed off that they can't spend their last summer hanging out with their friends around the way. And the deliberateness of everything that we've been doing just draws attention to the grounded struggles that we're experiencing, despite the fact that it has a very... I mean, when you compare it to other games, this art style is way out there. You know, it's warm and it's comforting, but this is not a typical art style. Of course, Gran has a door that says, "Do not enter." Hey, I'm just here to collect stickers and get into trouble. Is it safe to have a tree indoors? No. When the trees come alive, none will survive. Huh, better. Yeah, Angel Gleam, the parents do seem overbearing, but like, if you think about how much information we've got about Mimi's family, and if you actually think about what we've seen, there has not been a complicated mocap scene where it's like, hello Mimi, I am your father figure. I'm going to spend a large amount of time over-talking about how protective I am. Whereas in this, we've gotten this like barrage of texts from the dad, who at some point, either during the course of this game or after, will actively cut ties with Mimi's grandmother. And that little scene of unpacking things, shaping how we come to understand Mimi's feelings about their parental unit. It's pretty powerful. You know? we're all about economy of art here, and... Oh, cool, more stickers. Okay, we're about economy of art and cool stickers. We should stay back in Paris. Well, actually, I disagree with that one. Video games exist in a way where they don't have to have conflict. But we have to think about who the person is in the space. Alright? A lot of our design philosophy and discussion comes from conflict-based game design. And friends, by conflict, I don't just mean like daka, but like there is a challenge, there is a thing I must overcome, there is a thing I must defeat. You know, it doesn't matter if it's cutie patootie, like Temtem faux Pokemon battles, or if it's like fucking Tarkov. There is a conflict, there is a challenge. But when you get titles like this, where, I mean, you can say there is challenge in like exploration, but there is not a curve to overcome. It is about being in the space. I would actually play the shit out of Temtem Tarkov, although technically that would be Pal World, so... Look what we're doing here. Apparently just having a great big gronk. You know, it is possible to make experiential games that are about nothing. But, again, I think that the commonality in terms of design philosophy that's a great first step is, who are you in this space? And I know that sounds stupid, but like, it's easier in third-person games. Like, in this, we are Mimi, right? We are Mimi as an adult, remembering this one summer that they spent with their grandma. But when you start thinking about other games and who are you and how the story reflects that, like, it can get a bit jumbly-bumbly. Yeah, no, sorry. When it introduced the thematics around, like, loss, I thought I was going to be having a bad time today, but no, there's a comfort to this. Like, not every game about loss has to be, you know, a sad, heart-wrenching, like, indie mess. I'm trying to remember which title it was. It was the one where we played a ghost on an island trying to find out about stuff. That even though it was a game about your death, your passing on this tiny little island, it was more a celebration of life through means. Well, and I know that's the thing about these kind of conversations is like literally literary analysis is its own sphere. I'm not going to tell you how to understand a book because I barely read a book a year if I'm lucky. But like, it's the whole thing of like, games don't have to go on the hero's journey. Oh, Naru says, maybe it'd be easier to watch the camera sway if you're in a hammock. Alright. So we've been told that we're not allowed to go play outside yet because dinner's almost ready, so we're going to go draw something. Nora's also adding, your dad told me you had some homework to do over the summer for your new school. Mimi's like, huh. Stupid dad, ratting me out. Yeah. Fuck yeah. You've collected the binder. The binder is conflicted. I mean, Will, if you want to give away codes, I'm sure these lovely lot will be very, very grateful. And Will, how are you doing, friend? Do you need to vent about the Unity nonsense? Because I'm happy to listen. Albeit through ASCII. For those who don't know, so Goodbye World Will was one of the core team on Before Your Eyes. A incredible, incredible emotional game. Based around blinking. Oh, Will, I'm sorry. Will's just saying, like, they're a lifelong Unity dev. God. Draw? I'm not 7 anymore. What should I draw? What should we draw? Draw a little animal friend. Tiny animal friend! Yeah! No, wait, no, I messed it up. Dad is outside the page. Oh, why are we drawing your dad? He's a nerd. Art. First you draw a circle, and then you draw the rest. Parents. Always a safe choice. And these parents shall do battle! And our parental fight manga is coming along. What do you mean, have I finished? I've just drawn some parents.
What have you done? This isn't for drawing.
It looked old and...
Of course it's old. I've had it since before your dad was born.
It's just that
Fuck, why is everyone being an arse today? Well, that is super kind of you. So, friends, if you gaze your eyes chatward, those are codes for before your eyes. Just, yeah, let us know if you redeem one of those. Also, sorry, I want to touch on this because this is something that I think is very, very powerful that would be overlooked if I hadn't been discussing it recently, and it's how, like, especially at a certain age, like, children can internalize negative experiences far better than, like, pleasant ones, right? And in this situation, notice how the grandmother has been, like, text has been these kind of, like, little boxes, little snippets. Kind of like remembering a person through a photo album. But that little scene where Nora was yelling at Mimi, that was voiced, that was animated, that was in the world. And I don't know if it was intentional, but I choose to believe that that was an artistic decision because of the vividness with which Mimi would remember a negative interaction like that. So here's where we get kind of our interaction choices. So Nora has yelled at us. We can choose to apologize, choose to say sorry, or we can choose to listen. I'm just going to listen. No, that's not what I meant! Fuck. We didn't listen, it's alright, sweetie. No, Mimi, you did nothing wrong. Start throwing punches. Mimi was asking if they've never seen that binder before. Is it secret? Nora says, I usually lock it up in the attic. Mimi's like, oh. Alright, well, why is it hidden? Like, why do you hide it? Nora says it's a memory. It's a lot of memories, actually. You're fine. Don't stop freaking out, mate. Okay, so Nara was saying, so far, friends, the codes have been claimed. So if you did get them, say thank you to Will. So it's precious. Nora says, yes, but maybe, you know what? Why don't you take it? Everybody's asking, of course, like, you know, take it. Why? Well, because it wasn't meant to end. We used a binder so we'd never be over. We could always add pages. And, well, thank you again, friend. So the grandma's basically saying they chose a binder rather than a scrapbook because you can always add more pages.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yeah, Jester. That's the full 4 months.
You gonna come flump? Are you gonna continue being a terror?
No, Jester. Seriously, thank you. Sorry, I've been a lot of spinning plates today. A lot of spinning plates.
You're alright, mate.
So Nora just says, promise me that you'll keep writing and drawing in it. That way you'll keep it going. Would you like me to show you how to use it? Fuck yeah! Okay, so first you can write everything you need to do to remember to do it here. Let's add that map your mum gave you, and this way you won't get lost. You can always keep the binder organised, so you'll have to do the same thing with tabs. And the little memories you've collected are stored here. Maybe we'll put some new stuff in the binder over the holiday. I'll let you explore by yourself. Always a fan of that. Interesting. So those are the words from our experience. Interesting. So I missed a few stickers. Chapter 2. The river. The river who's now lying in the other room. Ah! Okay, maybe the binder is in the box. Candle won't last forever, so let's go open the shutters.
So,
Let there be light! Much better. This place hasn't changed. Alright. What are these messages? Are you at the house? Let me know as soon as you arrive. Let the remover people deal with it. Nope. No responses for you. We owe you fuck all. This room is a mystery to me. It's a mystery. Some dog treats, but I don't think Grandma had a dog. Curious. Okay, so the book's not on its little easel spot. Okay. Guess we check upstairs. Don't touch anything. Fuck off. I'm touching everything. Hopefully this doesn't turn into some bizarre horror experience. Though it would be a powerful bait and switch. Feels good. Dom says, thinking about you. Hopefully this whole house thing won't be too complicated. Ah, I could manage, Dom, but thank you. Alright, it's not letting us explore anything else, so I guess we've got to kind of advance the plot a little bit. You know what's really fascinating as well is that because of the watercolor style and this real, like, I don't want to say kids hand drawn, but this hand drawn kind of vibe. Like, it means that it's getting away with super like low poly assets. A letter that Nora wrote to Edward. Oh, Grandpa. Aww. Mum and Nora meeting. That was tense. Late 1970. She's already pregnant. And this was Mimi's mum writing an apology letter. Dad and Grandpa got into a fight, and that was the last time they spoke. Okay, enough of that. Enough of that nonsense. What's this? This is an old camera. It's my old camera. Okay. Unfold the lens. Oh, that's rad.
Nice.
Hang on. Sorry, friend. Hello, hello, friends. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, Ben says that this is an SX70. Very cool. That's very
drunk man placed a jar of change on the bar and says, "Add this up for me." The bar replied, "Sorry sir, I'm not that kind of counter."
Well played, well played.
So,
The Funeroid 80. As someone who at a GDC party recently managed to flash themselves in the face that way. Yes, and Will, I do have the Welsh text-to-speak, which I feel very smug about now because it says "got it" like that, rather than "godot." But no, sorry, where are my manners? Akira's no. Thank you for the bits.
Wake up! It's almost 9. Time for breakfast!
Stop that incessant clicking.
I remember how hard it was the first few days. Far from home.
Fearless, that's fucking cool of you, thank you. Okay. Ah, alright. So we discovered all of the wording from chapter 1, but we didn't find all the stickers. And then I guess we get to start taking photos now. That's cool. Yeah, the Doomslayer reaps. Fiona is on the hunt. Also, how many cool giant hats does this kid have? I mean, I'm not somebody that can pull off hats, but you know what I mean. Collected the word sunbeam. Okay. Some lavender. Oh, it's great for the old pig. It's great for the old folks. So C222 says the SX70 is the first classic pop-out pictures camera Polaroid made. One of the few where the viewfinder showed you the actual image that was going to be captured, not just an adjacent approximation. Working ones are highly sought after these days. Oh, lovely. Also, duck! Oh, sorry, friends. Bear with me just a second. Sorry about that, friends. Three more stickers to find. The hunt begins. Also locked. What secrets are you hiding, grandmother? Our darkness lurks in the heart of breakfast. So I'm trying to work out, like, the character's face style has this, like, I don't know, I'm trying to put my finger on it. There's... It's... I think... Like the illustration style here and the in-universe and the in-game faces are ever so slightly different, and they both seem to evoke a different feeling, a different vibe. I'm gonna need to sit with this a little bit longer because there's something really special about the 3D animated version, like this character in particular, and it's gonna be driving me up the wall.
What's up, River? We were just downstairs. You're okay. River, you're okay. River, you're okay.
It's not one, it's the other. Nora and Edward, Lost Sounds.
Can you imagine how miserable we'll be without these?
These what?
These sounds. Listen to this engine, how it purrs.
Edouard, get your head out of that exhaustion pipe or it will fill your empty skull. What are you doing?
Recording this engine's rumble.
Recording a truck engine. In the middle of the most gorgeous poppy field you've ever seen?
These engines are disappearing, Nora. I've got to save them for the next generations.
Of tractor fans!
Do you actually believe our grandkids will have less engine noises?
Of course. In 20 years, maybe even sooner, cars will be silent.
And they'll fly, right?
Well, why not? We were born before fridges, freezers, and washing machines.
I'll be by the picnic table.
One day, she'll see how wrong she was.
I do think it's fascinating that this whole title is about just the emotion, right? Like how this is constructed, how this is shown to us. This isn't trying to give us the experience of being a child in summer. It's trying to encapsulate remembering what it was like, what it felt like to be a child through summer. Does that make a weird sense? Let's get some coffee in this child. This milk smells weird. Because it's real milk, but you know what you get in Paris. Not what you'll get in America. Oh, shit. Toast! Toast. Friends, our choices of spread are Alone, Deep, and Fear. I don't know about you, but I could go for some Fear Jam. Some Jam Fear. The marmalade of aloneness isn't usually something I'd go for. But the real butter is deep. Butter. Deep butter. I mean, usually I'd have a layer of deep and then put my fears on top of it. That's a good question. Excuse me, everybody. If I go to France and I make toast, is that French toast? Eggy bread without the seasoning, as Fiona calls it. Alright, we'll have a layer of the deep. That butter looks weird, it's so yellow. Nora just exasperated this poor inner city child that's like, why doesn't this look like mass-produced nonsense? Butter's normally that colour. Alright. I'm gonna go for some of the fear jam. It's very bitter. I don't like it. It's good. It's not very sweet. I did add a little sugar, and the strawberries are from the garden. Fucking homemade strawberry? Can I have some cereal? A bought this cereal for you, but it isn't good. Dreadful ingredients. Oh, but I like it. Your mother insisted. It's full of sugar. Mimi, really? You can have a little bit, no more. Okay. And why is everybody just fucking dunking on this child? Summer. What kind of grandparent are you? You're supposed to spoil the shit out of kids. Grandma's like, come on, I told you the cereal's really bad for you. What was that, Gran? I couldn't hear you over our broken home! Oh, look at Gran, you made Mimi cry. Sort your shit out. I'm okay, not hungry. Trust me. I'm okay. You know that in here, it's okay to not be okay. Nora, you just watched a child pour a whole ass box of cereal onto everything. Sure, they're fine. They're great. I'll be there for you. I miss the friends. I just want to see my friends. Supposed to spend the summer together, sweetie. It's unfair. I know you miss your parents. About that. And your friends. Yeah. Alright, let's go out. Let's do something. Just the two of us. What do you think? Mimi would like that. But first...
She would usually have snapped. Or shouted. But she gave me something. I could tell she was forcing herself to be nice.
Ah, Grandmother is not kind! And also absolutely not fucking waiting for us. Joke's on you, Gran. I'm taking the bus! I'm going to Vegas! Does anyone know where we can teach this child how to gamble?
Now. We would be walking down to the river. She'd be quiet, lost in her thoughts. My father hated it when I did that. He probably hated his mother too when she was like that. The river, the pebbles, the cold, cold water, the Dordogne.
Oh, Naru says Monte Carlo's closer. More like Monte Carlo. Whoa! Oh shit, we got a riverbank sticker! Ooh, it's pretty. The view is gorgeous from the middle of the river, but here, take this. Teeny-tiny camera! Nora says it was your grandfather's. Now it's yours. Really? Just look around you. The view is spectacular. I'll get a picture from the middle of the river. Child falls in. Pacha! Pacha! God. Video games have poisoned my brain. Sometimes it's hard to not natter along as we're playing one of these beautiful titles.
Is it one of those Japanese cameras that take pictures of ghosts? No? Bummer, that would have been cool.
Although, let's be honest, Bacon, this game still has the ability to do a hard turn into one of those, like, horror photography games. Ooh. Alright, Mimi, first you have to focus your subject. Ready? Fish! Woohoo! Why don't you take a photo of those hot air balloons up there? Fucking why not? Yo! So this is an interesting one, is that rather than creating like a full-on like 3D world, they've created these small little like 3D vistas. Oh yeah, okay, it's all 3D, but you know what I mean. They create these small little photography vistas, and it made this kind of the place to hang out. All right, Gran.
Okay.
This is fantastic. Don't forget, you only have a limited number of photos. Is there anything else I want to capture? I don't know if it reloads them each day or what have you. Because you know, friends, I got a real weakness for photography games. Eastshade's probably one of the most fascinating out of that whole clique, but I really, really loved Umurangi Generation, and I thought Pinko Park was a lot of fun. God, what a lovely juxtaposition to Unity fucking the entire games industry. Like a lovely. A lovely little juxtaposition. Sorry about that, friends. You know what? I think I'm happy with these ones. Hey, Fred, how goes it? It is. Fred, according to C222, it's actually based on a real camera that was one of the early, like, pop-up Polaroid setups. Today was fun. Here's a question. What kind of photos are we going to take? Let's get some nature pictures. I like that. Fred, well, good luck. The Daystar is a deadly laser. But I hope you're doing well, friend, and it's lovely to see you. It's been a fucking week, friend. It's been a fucking week. Oh, and we are absolutely here for the stickers. Look, Fred, I have never said I was a vampire. I have implied heavily that I am definitely some form of ghoulish undead. But I don't know, vampire sounds self-aggrandizing. I just look like I'm slowly rotting. Alright, create my first page in the binder. Oh, that's cool. When you're happy with your page, you can move it and it'll become part of the binder. Oh, do we only get to pick one picture? Okay. So the words that we picked up throughout this. Okay. Sorry. I get it now. So the words that we've picked up inspire us to create little poems to put in our scrapbook. Like, the idea is we're going to be spending the whole of this little adventure, like, crafting this beautiful little story of ours. Fascinating. I like shiny sticker. Need 2 more words to complete a poem. I like shiny sticker. Nature is air, water, and green. Also, my grandma is weird and smells like mothballs. Kind of feels like the haiku sections from the samurai game, which has completely dropped out of my head. I'm okay, I think. No! Darn it. Balls! Modify basically meant start over. I like sticker. Soft, gentle, warm. Nature is fun. That'll do for now, but we can definitely do better. Ah, yes, Fred, the dreaded 555A. Which isn't a AAA game or a 5A game. It's a AAA game 4 times. The 5 is silent. Big cereal bowl in space.
Poems, pictures, postcards. Hmm?
Kitty!
What's that?
The dreaded land shark approaches. It's almost got like a Moomin kind of vibe to it.
Oh, it must be Nora's cat. She looks hungry. What's that noise? I'd better check.
It's the cat!
How did you...
Good work, Chonka.
I'll help you. Stay still, little one.
Mimi makes it weird. Baby.
Hello, Missy. Whoa, no, 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 no. I wasn't very brave there. I must be hungry. And I need that key.
I love how the Umbrella Corporation went to great lengths to create complicated locks and incredibly in-depth and detailed... Kitty. Alright, I need to be clever. The cat knows the place better than I do. This tree looks like it can keep a secret. And find this cat. But yeah, Umbrella Corporation goes to massive, massive and incredibly expensive lengths to lock areas and hide things, so on and so forth. But all they needed to do was to stop people from getting in. Was be like, if you wish to advance to the Umbrella Laboratories, you need to catch this cat. It's got the key. Don't worry about it. No way anyone from Stars is doing that. Yeah, could have just used cat with key. How does this little honker chonker keep getting stuck? Alright, you wee terror. Oh. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Through the garden! Oh, like a professional gardener. Okay, what is this, like, teeny tiny, like, Animu cat hot spring? Alright, we spy a hungry kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty! Kitty, come back. If I scare her off, she could disappear for days. A bit of food might do the trick. Alright, so we're gonna go head back to the kitchen and go get some food. So, friendos, I apologise for the multiple stoppages today. I'm desperate for the loo. So I'm going to leave you to make sure this cat doesn't go anywhere, and I'll be back with you all in just a second. Thank you all for waiting. Alright, did any of you catch the cat while I was away? No, it's still there. I left you with one job. One job. Grab the cat. No one grabbed the cat. God. Don't even. What am I even paying you off for? Sorry. I couldn't even get through that one without laughing. Beans. Sorry, bear with me one more second. I'm not even going to mute it, just going to plug this in here. I will say, this is one of those games that... Lost tried, Meow Kitty got bit on the fingers, and Bacon was like, wait, you get paid? When a bad film creates a great meme. Good times, good times. No, I will say, this is definitely epitome of a game that I personally wouldn't want to play with an audience, right? Like, this is so personal. Like, there are parts of this that are hard to empathize with on a narrative standpoint. So we're basically playing as a kid who grew up in the 70s. Grew up at... So they're fully grown, and this is going to be in 2002. Okay. But, like, so they grew up in France but moved to the US before they were, like, full teenage mode, right? And right now, they're basically telling, like, fuck you, Dad. I'm heading back to Paris. I'm heading back to Grandma's old house. And I'm going to have a look, see what I find, like, explore and unpack those memories. And for all intents and purposes, it's like, it's unpacking the feelings, not the experience, right? So, like, we've gotten a few key points, like, the grandfather passed away, and, yeah, again, I'm not answering your messages, mate. Sorry, I keep kind of, like, flitting between different things. Oh, kitty treats. You know what? I'm just going to skip to the point I was trying to grasp at, which was that this isn't about exploring the past to unpack some great mystery. This is really much about, like, a person trying to understand how they feel about this situation. You know, the little girl didn't discover the city of lost treasure. This isn't about, like, some weird Goonies reboot. Don't push yourself too hard, little hobbit, says Dom. As your therapist says, you can't save everyone. Stop calling me hobbit, you orc. My first studio flat in Paris was small in this pantry. What have we got here? Homemade treats. Homemade cat food. Smells weird, but the cat's probably going to have the greatest time. Okay, that's a good question. Is Face Off a bad movie with great moments, or is it a genuinely good film? Because I gotta say, I never ranked John Travolta as an actor until I saw Face Off. Oh, okay. So this is just a collection of the letters we've received so far. Well, so Kathy was saying it's a bad movie with good actors chewing the scenery. Like, so it's a dumb premise, but fuck if they don't take it to 11. And honestly, like, comparable to how incredibly boring other films from that kind of, like, 90s era were, it's hard not to... So, okay, I can't imagine there is anyone here that hasn't heard of, like, Face Off. But if you imagine the pitch being like, hey, Nicolas Cage, hey, John Travolta, you're going to have to play these two very specific characters, and then halfway through the film, you're going to swap characters. But Nick, especially to you, Nick, you're going to be flitting between being the good guy who is forced to pretend to be the bad guy and what that does to your psyche. And Travolta, you're going to go from being the good family man to being the smarmiest villain. Don't worry about the signs, don't worry about it. But like, the gunplay, excellent. Ridiculously over the top. The gunfight to Somewhere Over the Rainbow, genuinely inspired. And it's like, I mean, I know, but I think you know as well as I do that like the whole thing with the OG Mario Brothers movie was that that team wanted to make a different film, and the compromise was them getting the Mario Brothers license. Catherine's like, actual plot of the film, meh, trending downwards. I don't know. I guess I've come to respect Face Off a lot more as I've gotten older. Between the practical effects, the pure ridiculousness of it all, and the overall message being that, you know, it's about who you are deep down inside. But I think of, like, better stories, better premises that thoroughly bored me. I tried rewatching the Cloverfield Paradox the other day. Great actors, great premise. Like, God, it's boring. It's so boring. Because I remember watching it and remember kind of feeling like, oh, that sure was a movie that had Cloverfield in the title. And it didn't resonate with me in any way, shape, or form. And then I got thinking about Cloverfield and its whole bizarre, like, the Cloverfield universe and all of that stuff. Obviously, 10 Cloverfield Lane is the superstar of the trilogy. But I was like, wait, I can't remember a single thing about the Cloverfield Paradox. Was I drunk when I watched it? Probably. Have I been drinking since I watched it? Very. Alright, I'll give it a go. I was so bored. I know, you know what? Actually, so, returning to it, I think with the OG Mario Brothers movie, you cannot say that film is boring. Homemade treats. Of course the cat's going to want homemade treats. The cat knows what it's about. A cat of great taste, I see. Sorry, I said one film they love as a whole is Shrek. There's been some interesting discussions. How'd it get scared? I just gave it food. Sorry. There've been some interesting discussions about whether or not Shrek is just a meme or whether it is a good movie. But that's another story. That one I don't know as well as other things. Pet the kitty, pet the kitty, pet the kitty!
Here.
We've collected the key. So I guess that gets us into the cave shed? You coming, kitty, or you're just gonna hang out down here? That's cool too. And sorry, friends, I don't mean to keep bringing the subject around to the video games. I live in video games, both, you know, artistically and professionally, and I don't know cinema, so sometimes it's nice. Okay, I now have a passing knowledge of the film industry from the 2000s, but, like, I don't know the construction and the intent of movies like I do games. And games are such a wild fucking place that something that is visually garbage, that is, in terms of its premise, dumb and fucking stupid. But the way in which you interact with the world can be brilliant, right? And you know what? If we had to recast Face Off in a time travel style, yeah, Jeremy Irons and Gary Oldman would be fucking great. No, a Greybeard, you have nothing to apologise for. Sorry, I missed your comments. I also did not do great on the sleep front, because the dogs decided that 3 a.m. was the time to pop off, and I nearly lost my tiny marbles. And honestly, friends, I don't have a lot of marbles to lose. But sorry, I guess I've just had films on the brain recently. Video games are so good right now, and there's so many of them kind of consuming my time. As I said, I didn't get to play Starfield, so there's a weird part of me that's like, it's like I got denied junk food that I wasn't particularly excited for, but now I can't have it. My brain's like, why don't we have McDonald's? So you don't want it? Yeah, I don't want it until I was told I couldn't have it. Now it's different. Oh yeah, no, Wheeler Dealer's a fucking ledge. Like, I learned a lot from them when I was Babu Green Bean. You know what, Bacon? That's probably it. I'm probably appreciating terrible movies more since I started doing the whole watch every video game movie challenge. I've got a weird anomaly at the moment, which is stopping me from streaming movies that I have legally acquired to Discord, because you know what, it's a long and boring story. It's all technical problems, but I'm trying to decide what we're doing with some of the real stinkers. So we do have the Uwe Boll block, including some absolutely horrendously bad films. One of the ones that I'd love to watch with you all, of course, you know, Mortal Kombat, because that one does slap. Good old W.S. Anderson showing he knows what's up. And you know what? I'm genuinely looking forward to re-watching the Monster Hunter movie. So glad that our grandparents had this creepy murder shed. Alright, Hughes. Once again, I would like to apologise for what happened with our boy. We usually try to stay out of the playground when it comes to problems between students, but things escalated and we felt it was the right move. I don't believe your son stole anything, and despite the rumours, it was me who gave him the watch. Other parents have been quick to use this as a way to criticise your son and your family. I also need to apologise on behalf of my wife. Nora's been very protective of me lately, mostly because of my health, you must have heard. I'll talk to her soon. Trust me when I say she will believe your child and me. We love him very much, no matter what you might think at the moment. Oh shit. So they wanted to send Mimi's dad to military school? This is all fucked up. Oh, there's a kayak. Wait a second, this rings a bell. It's memory time! There's a broken-ass kayak. But it does have these little handprints on. Oh, Oh, Sean! What an unwelcome friend.
What's that?
And Sean, you know what? There is a certain amount of the too cool for school that comes to cinema. I, like a lot of young weebery, I got into Japanese cinema like midway through my teens.
Oh, you're up. I was going to do some gardening. Will you help me?
Sure. What's in that room?
Nothing you'd be interested in. Get dressed and meet me outside. And brush those teeth.
You're not my real dad! Sorry.
Darn.
Iron it with Japanese cinema. You should try Japanese cinnamon. Bam! Alright, get ready to help your nan in the garden. We're absolutely going to break into there and steal that key. But no, sorry, the thing I wanted to touch on was, like, as I said, I spend a lot of time in games, and right now we're just surrounded by absolute bangers. And games able to do a lot of different things all at once does mean that sometimes you can lean on your strongest suit, right? But that suit doesn't always have to be something that's easily communicatable. Like, we talked earlier about sorry, friends, that was a burp from the deep dark, and you did not need that in your ear holes. We spoke earlier about Witch Survivor, which would be the precursor to Vampire Survivors. And, like, Witch Survivor, it's weird and sketchy and kind of abrasive in its art style. Ugly's a bit far, but it's definitely on the sketchier, you know, fuck you if you don't like me kind of art style. But that gameplay, holy shit. Then leading into Vampire Survivors, which is repaints of Castlevania sprites in an infinite, like, auto attack game where all you do is move and avoid. Like, and yet Vampire Survivors is possibly one of the most engaging experiences I've had in a long time. Like, I genuinely enjoyed it. I genuinely cared. And let me tell you, by the time it got to, like, the really challenging story beats, like, I was fucking invested. Like, the other thing is how games can let us, as I was talking about earlier, they can let us just be in a world, which linear mediums can't. You know, in film and television, and even in literature, like, what is happening here? Here it is, DJ Child! DJ Child on the decks! Sorry. In games, there are lots of things that we can do that are engaging in terms of, like, the moment to moment, but are thematically dull as dishwater. For example, we're gonna brush our teeth. We can goof around in this space for as long as we want, but it would be incredibly difficult. Brush those eyes! Brush those eyes! Brush into eyes. Brush into eyes. Good work, kiddo. Quasi says, I am certain this is how my 5-year-old brushes their teeth. But they've got really clean eyes. Almost forgot your hat. Big hat of vengeance. But yeah, so, like, in linear mediums, they have to find ways to infer the passage of time, or they have to be able to garner our attention through other means during menial tasks. Even if you never watched Breaking Bad, even if it's not something that's necessarily your vibe, I highly, highly recommend watching Better Call Saul, because it revels in the small acts and eventually uses all of those small moments to tell a very, very powerful story. But it has no qualms in sitting in its world, in like seeping in it. And it's because like the performers are brilliant, like the people putting everything together know exactly what they're doing. In games, we're able to do this very, very clearly.
How did I feel about it? I used to come, but something... My father and his mother became more distant. I didn't notice it back then. I felt that something was wrong, and they never spoke about it. Is that why I don't remember that summer?
Oh, we've got trauma on the way. Now, I should say, I'm definitely looking at this from an only positive perspective, right? Because it's really easy to point to a game like this and go, boy, it sure is brilliant when the user gets to spend as much time as they want. The flip side is you're definitely trusting the user. And, God, if you've ever stomached your way through a bunch of Steam reviews, sometimes it's very easy for users to not get it, right? Like to say, oh, there's not enough action in this game! Why doesn't Mimi have a shotgun? But for a lot of users, if it's not expressly conveyed, it can be really hard to understand when something is trying to evoke a specific emotion. And if that emotion doesn't translate, then users are very unkind. And unfortunately, again, to a lot of people, they're so used to games being an immediate answer to a question, which is, how do I put bullets in face? Oh man, this area's making me hungry. No cookies, just weird stuff. Should be criminal. Fuck, where was I going with that one? Oh, I think what I was going to add was that, like, because of both my personal tastes and my profession, like, I have a real aversion to long exposition-based introductions. Oh my word. Sorry, Will was just saying that they once made a game about being a jellyfish and swimming around, and they got playtester feedback, and I quote, "Where's the button to shoot? How come my jellyfish don't have a gun?" Like, the expectation is certainly there. And Sean, I did see your comment about how horror in games is drastically different from horror in other mediums. I'd like to put a pin in that one, because I love talking about horror in video games, but I'm so... I so enjoy talking about it. As soon as we start down that path, I won't be able to come back, and we'll be just going off on a long, drawn-out tangent. Nora's like, wasn't sure if you really wanted to help. I don't know anything about gardening. Then we'll start with something easy. Go and fetch a trowel from the cave. The other thing that's interesting about this experience is that it's doing a really good job of showing how complicated family relationships are. Like, the game has already said, like, Gran here isn't necessarily the kindest person. They're not... sorry, I should put it like this. It's not that they are unkind, but they are not the most understanding, right? But because of the amount of time that we can spend in this little world, it gives us a little bit more... I don't know, it gives us a little bit more time to read. Time to breathe, sorry. Yeah, so I wholeheartedly agree. Like, trying to compare video games to other mediums falls apart very quickly when you see like the breadth and depth of what can be done. It is a medium in its own right, and our industry is still somewhat in its infancy, despite the technical achievements, because, like, you know, we've seen The Last of Us adaptation doing very well, and a lot of discussion around that. However, the team over at Naughty Dog were almost actively seeking to emulate a cinematic experience, and that's where that conversion went through. And I promise, I'm not going to talk about The Last of Us Part 2, except to say that it is going to make a much better television adaptation than it did a game. I'm not throwing that round just to be a hyperbole jerk. Will was saying that the craft and knowledge of making a video game is definitely in its infancy, while the commercial part of the industry has rushed to mature to copy the movie studio system. Indeed. I mean, in a strange way, the success that we've seen fiscally has definitely pushed us towards that. And we're not without a few, like, breakaway successes fiscally, which can definitely change how the money people reflect on what we do. Naru, and you're entirely correct. You're entirely correct. Sorry, I was going to start quoting more movies with Mikey stuff, but if you haven't seen it, you should watch it. Well, so Sean, there are quite a few, like, cinematic emulation... Ooh, mysterious. Cinematic emulation titles. But what I would say is if you go back and play Portal 2, like, don't just pay attention to the dialogue and its delivery. The way in which Chell moves around the environment, the way in which you are treated and talked at, and sometimes talked through, there's something genuinely special about that. Portal's... God. Portal's like looking at one of those paintings that seems dead obvious, dead simple, until you try and make it yourself and you realize that the effortless complexity of it is this sign of, like, mastercraft skill. I watched a, frankly, frighteningly long tutorial on how a particular cosplayer had made their Wheatley puppet. So they made, like, a little puppet to emulate, like, the stupidity core that is Wheatley. And the reason I ended up watching this is not because I have an interest in creating those kind of puppets and stuff like that, but this particular cosplayer was forced to stop and look at everything that Wheatley does and how Wheatley emotes despite having no human features and no mouth. And it is fucking incredible. Wheatley is an incredibly complex character. More so than even, I was about to say Shodan. Ha! Be still in my heart. More so than GLaDOS. It's fascinating. It is fascinating. All right, but Will, if you do end up following Iron Imp, you will have to see the rack. Yeah. And so, Naru, I don't bring this up because I think that Sean and people don't understand this. I know you all know how fucking complex Portal is and how absolute top of its class it is. But I guess for anybody just lurking and irking who hasn't been in game dev, like, the translation between what we see and how much effort and skill goes into it isn't always immediate. And Portal's one of those great ones that it can feel so simple. It can feel like any of us could have done that. But like the tech, and then on top of the tech, adding the writing and the animation and the everything that came together to make Portal the incredible experience it was. Like, I'm not saying that every game should be a Portal. It's just, to people outside of the space, it's fascinating because they just don't realize how much of a masterclass that is. So, little Mimi's been put on weeding detail. I want to go back in here because, like, I want to talk again about, like, economy of art and stuff like this. So, friends, this is basically a complex version of the pre-rendered background, right? So we have our little character. And the background detail we have here, like, it is essentially a flat texture over a 3D environment. For those of you that aren't 1,000 years old like us, so Resident Evil 1 and 2 used pre-rendered environments over the top of, like, static information, right? That's why the cameras were fixed. It was only really you and the zombies that were actual 3D objects. Same as, like, Final Fantasy VII and stuff like that. And this is using a variant of that. See, the door and everything as we come in, that is just a flat painting. There is a 3D environment, and that flat painting has been put over it. In other areas, the textures are closer to being mapped, but then have a look at the movement between the workbench here and the kayaks. The kayak is clearly a 3D asset, but what about the workbench? We can only really see it as the depth of field changes, but the barrels are definitely 3D objects, but what's that? Like, feckin' yo. Yes, well, I'm pretty sure Hyrule City did the same thing. Like, instead of doing a fucking Quantic Dreams and spending a gajillion dollars to make a perfect simulation, I'm sorry, a perfect 3D model of the inside of a cave to use for 2 seconds. Like, this whole economy of art, it gives it its own heart, its own flavour, and also saves a buttload of time. Now, hand painting all of these assets was no mean feat. I'm not saying this game is easy per se, but even the places where, like, the combination of 3D objects and, like, 2D images kind of, like, bounce with each other, God, it gives it life. And the thing we talked about earlier that was making Iron Imp feel a little bit, you know... Well, so Sean, this is actually using a mix of billboarding techniques and, like... It's using a whole bunch of stuff. It's fucking clever. Oh, no, actually, Will, that's a good point. Kentucky Route Zero definitely mastered it. Does anyone remember, is Kentucky Route Zero voiced? Because we haven't streamed Kentucky Route Zero, and we really should. Like, it is one of the seminal works of our industry. Okay. It's just so I can get into my head that when we do finally stream Kentucky Route Zero, just how much work it's going to take, you know. And yeah, well, that's billboarding as I understand it. Is it's a flat 2D image that's always looking at the user. Here, it's tricky to see what is and isn't a 3D asset, and that's great. This fixed camera style combined with so much just really makes it all pop. I don't know. I guess I'm just saying I fucking love this art style. And I think I was coming at it from the way in which this art is visually constructed is very, very different from how, you know, a set would be made. Not even going to give the kids some weeds. Some weeding gloves. And again, with stuff like this isn't like Power Wash Simulator. We're not doing chores here for the joy of success that a lot of those, if you'll forgive the term, dad games, as they become known. As a lot of those dad games, it's all about the satisfaction in a job well done, right? But right here, that's not what this game is trying to do. This game is trying to get us to slow down, spend time in the moment. So, like, I talked a lot about Portal 2 earlier. Portal 2 did this fascinating thing where whenever they wanted to drop like a really good story beat on you, it would be right before a new style of puzzle, so that you'd spend time sitting with the information you've been given while trying to solve a new thing. Sean, I mean, I hope Dad Games would be a great company name. I worry, considering those thirsty sorts on the internet, it might be misconstrued. Will, actually, I haven't finished the last 2 episodes of it, so from you mentioning it, I've been reminded that Kentucky Route Zero would be a great one to show people. Because I'd not finished it. I know. Here's me talking about how it's such a great seminal work, and I haven't finished it. Krypton, it's a hand! It's a hand! How are you doing, friend? Oh, no, Sean, instead of like, if it's in the dad, it's in the game. God, dad games. Anything else is faux pas. Hi. Hi, video game. I'm dad. Fuck. No, Dream Daddy is not a dad game, which is sad. But it is a daddy game. No, so dad games has kind of become a catch-all for excuse me, so sorry. Dad games become kind of catch-all for like House Flipper, Power Wash Simulator, Lawnmower Sim, etc. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Alright, what have we got? We got Rose. We got Sage, Rose, and Time. Is Sage in? No, I don't want part Rose. No, changing it. Sage is a favourite. Makes them hungry. Okay. But yeah, no, there's so much, especially of like of Half-Life and Portal, that is such an effortless masterclass. And pacing through puzzles, God, it's one of those things that when you notice the teams that do it, it's fucking inspired. Like, throwing your most complicated puzzles at your user right after they've received like a story beat or a critical piece of info or something, meaning that whilst the user is working out this new puzzle, you've created pacing and a gap between like whatever happens next, so it's not skimmed over so quickly. You know, it creates what feels natural and organic, but is actually carefully planned pacing. I love it. Alright, Sage is getting planted. And we'll have some tomato soup. Remove the pot. Get fucked! Smash. Sorry, friends, I do not know what is up with me today. The dogs have taken it out of me. Caffeine with now is not the time, Will. Puns would be proud. Alright, now it's time for the ill-advised watering can. I went to the bathroom ahead of time. I wonder if we can do the other plants in New Game Plus.
Electrolytes, it's what plants crave.
Wait, you think we should put water on the plants? Like from the toilet? But Brondo's got what plants crave. Okay, so Iron, just because we haven't hung out in a while, sorry friends, I'm going to use this as a point to show off. So, we are going to be streaming some Zachtronic games in the future, because, one, I fucking love Opus Magnum, it's my favourite series, but check out this hot shit. I got this dead cheap online because it's a reprint, but it's official. It's the zines from Exapunks. So Trash World News 1 and 2. And look, hang on, let me find like a... It's all of the stuff that you end up like hacking in-game. But wait, there's more! I also got the Shenzhen IO feckin' hacking manual. The fake how to crack into your chipsets and make them do funky shit. Yeah. Because at some point, friends... Alright, and caffeine! Tell Matt Mercer I said hi. At some point, friends, I really want to do that as a squad, because you can just download those free online. Like, Zachtronics put them up. Although the team behind Zachtronics have brought their adventures to a close, and are currently working, I believe, on some board games. Yeah, so it's the head librarian. It's lovely to see you. Watto and welcome. If you need to rant about Unity, you are more than welcome. But, yeah. The PDFs are free online. You can just download them. So as a squad, you all can be reading the PDFs and we can work them through. But then I get to have a physical copy, which I'm very happy with. I'm a sucker for those kind of physical copies. The prettiest one I got, which I believe was a gift from Numbers... sorry, now I'm just showing off books. The librarian gets in, it's time to show off the books. Have a look at this. It is The Notebook and the Return of Obra Dinn. And it is the full-on, so at the beginning, it's got all the pictures of all the crew. All the loose cargo, all the different events. It is gorgeous. Alright, and one more, because I don't know if I talked about this to the head librarian, but at the moment I'm just feeling like I'm flexing! I've got books, I'm flexing! Okay, I don't need fucking time to go through these, but here is the pièce de résistance, which I believe was it's either my birthday gift to myself from last year or my Christmas gift. This is 1,000-Year-Old Vampire. This is a single-player RPG about where you play a vampire trying to remember the last 1,000 years of your life. And so you come up with a character, it gives you story prompts, and the idea is that as you go through, you fill this all in. And, yeah, there's puzzles to solve, and by the end of it, like... Hang on, try not to open the whole ruddy thing up, but, like, yeah. Throughout these whole sections... your mortal friend discovers family documents that reveal you for who you are. How does your relationship change? You may regain a forgotten memory to relate the mortal's ancestor. Like, feckin' great. Naru says I got stuck in Shinsen IO when I had to make a game. Oh, the irony. And Krypton, how are you doing? What and welcome. And honestly, when I went back to Opus Magnum, starting again in a Zachtronics game doesn't make you feel like, ugh, I can't wait to get through this bit. It makes you feel like you're clever and big smart in the early sections, and by the time you catch yourself up, you've had the refresher, and it's like, haha, my brain is equipped once more. Because that's how I imagine my brain being. Like, basically I imagine my brain being like a drunken Dread Pirate Roberts cosplayer. Not the Dread Pirate Roberts, I mean, make it very clear, but a drunken interpretation. But yeah, so Krypton, the head librarian, how are you doing? I'm not giving this game my full attention, but mostly because I hope from what you will see, you will pick up a copy of this yourself. Because this is a very, very personal game, masquerading as kids on their summer break with the grandma's house. Yeah, honestly, friends, I've been really tempted to go back and try and see if I can clear the Opus Magnum Solitaire mode as many times as I can, just to get like the last of the Chivos, like as a great excuse. Oh no, Sean, absolutely. But I will say their final game, and again, the team behind Zachtronics, the Zach of Zachtronics, hasn't stopped making games. He's formed a new studio, and at the moment they're doing board games, but they may return to video games. But their last title under Zachtronics was called Last Call BBS, and it is transcendently clever. Ghosty, come on in, friend. I think this game is a good title to vibe with Pokemon. But then TikTok started showing me these gorgeous animations of like people going about their everyday lives but with Pokemon, and I am in love with that whole concept. I don't know what me and Tepig would do.
We left the house.
Oh.
We walked together. What a journey it was.
Alright, which way to the market? I guess the other way? Because down is to the river, so yeah, I guess we're going up the road. Yeah. There's also... Okay. I'm not saying this... Ooh. What is happening? So cool. Sorry, this game just keeps catches me off guard. Watto and welcome. Let me grab that. Let me grab that thought before it's gone. Yes. So, this is not to lead into the whole like survivor bias of it all. Like, I don't want to pretend like everything will always work out brilliantly in game dev with no downsides, but for those of you that know the story, before Hatsune Miku developed Minecraft, the Zach of Zachtronics made a thing called Infiniminer. And Infiniminer was open source and available to everybody, and Hatsune Miku took that and made it into the now international juggernaut that Minecraft is today. Joking aside, whether he was a POS before or after, I'll never know, but the Dingleberry, formerly known as Notch, was definitely consumed and destroyed by success, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, he never made another thing. He started making a space game about, like, programming spaceships with Lewis script, never finished it. Like, I mean, Angel Cleaner, it's only a little bit sad because he did turn out to be an absolute fucking gobshite. But a lot of people used to, not joke, but definitely comment that, like, damn, Zach, like, how come you didn't end up being the next big hotness? Like, don't you feel frustrated that, you know, that Infiniminer wasn't the big success? And then I think about how beautiful games like Opus Magnum are, the wonderful creations that we wouldn't have gotten in the event that... Oh, okay, this was just... Alright, so that wasn't a way into town, that was just a place to take photos, alright. Sorry. But... If Zach had received the same amount of success, it's entirely possible that we never would have gotten all of those games, you know. And so yeah, I'm not trying to say that, you know, everything always works out for a reason with no downsides. It would be incredibly irresponsible of me to say that. It's just...
Nora spoke about her life, about her travels. There was always a part of her that belonged somewhere else. I liked her. I can say it now. I loved that woman. So smart, so charming. And yes, sometimes her eyes looked sad.
I wonder how far we can go, or if it's just letting us take more photos over here. Ah, okay, so we can return to a few of the photo areas, in case there was like something we wanted to snap a picture of that we missed. Quasi says, I wish my kids didn't speak of Notch as a deity. Well, I mean, Quasi... You know, you're a good parent. They'll learn the trials and tribulations and the unfortunate fall as they grow. The only thing that you can really instill in them is, like, Notch isn't a special magical genius. He wasn't a brilliant savant. He was a guy who got a really fucking lucky dice roll.
About her life, about her travels. There was always a part of her that belonged somewhere else. I liked her. I can say it now. I loved that woman. So smart, so charming. And yes, sometimes her eyes looked sad.
Well, so Sean, I've spoken to some industry friendos that, I don't want to say they knew him, but the way they spoke about him was that as the money, like, okay, this is a complicated topic to talk about because, you know, when someone who has a huge platform starts spouting really hateful shit, like, we can't just go, doop-a-doo, must be really hard being a fucking millionaire there, dingus. But so far as it was explained to me, it was as the dude received so much, like, acclaim in the explosion and success of Minecraft, then Microsoft bought it for billions of dollars. And, you know, for a time, dude was the altruistic hero. Dude gave millions of dollars to every person at Mojang when the deal went through, regardless of how long they'd been there. Everybody just got a fucking chunk of cash. That's really fucking cool. Like, he didn't have to do that. They didn't have stocks in the company. That wasn't obligatory. He was just like... But yeah, as it was explained to me is that after the money came in, the amount of people that came out of the woodwork, like those little crawling creatures from Bloodborne, the fact that he ended up setting up in LA, which is a terrible place to be. Well, it's a terrible place to be and be affluent, because there's almost an entire culture around using people to pull yourself up. Again, that Bloodborne, that horrible, that horrible inky mess. And the problem is, you know, individuals like ourselves will only be in that environment for so long, you know? You must either reject it or it consumes you. And at least as it was explained to me, it created a situation that as good influences were pushed away, worse and worse and worse influences came on in. So, yeah. You know, I don't necessarily believe that becoming affluent corrupts a person, but I think that when one experiences obscene amounts of wealth, there is no longer a facade between the core and the exterior. When you no longer have to worry, then you get to see a lot of a person's core. So you can argue the external influences, but there was definitely something bad in there, you know what I mean? Because here's the thing. If you've met Rami Ismail, Rami is fucking loaded. Not notch loaded, but ridiculous fishing made Vlambia stupid money. Alright? Do you know what Rami did with all that cash? He flew all around the world, going to conferences and talking to indies and genuinely lifting people up. Like, he's currently organizing Game Dev World because he saw the fact that GDC was locked off by money and location and went, no. Someone earlier mentioned the Ring of Power, and I love talking about this because I was in my... It wasn't until my 30s that I found out about the philosophical Ring of Power that it's based
Dad
on.
used to say that I looked just like Nora when I was daydreaming. He hated that, of course. He disliked his mother and never explained why.
Complicated family emotions. But, okay, you all know this. I'm just talking about it because I love the conversation. But the TLDR is that the Ring of Power is based on a philosophical concept, which is a ring that removes all consequence, right? So the fact that it turns you invisible is a metaphor that Tolkien went, what if it literally turned you invisible? Like, it works. But the idea is that the Ring of Power is not inherently evil, as it is to an extent in Lord of the Rings. It is a ring that makes you not invisible, but free from consequence. If I put this ring on, I will receive no consequence for my actions. And the philosopher who came up with the ring, it's probably a great big wonky ball bag, so I don't care to remember. God, the Forgotten City did me a real hatred of philosophers. But the idea is that anyone who acquired that ring would eventually turn evil, because this philosopher put into effect the idea that it is only the threat of consequences, like societal or emotional, that keeps us from doing bad. Now, I personally reject that philosophy because I think that when people are in a state of affluence, when people are in a situation where they're not at risk, that there is a core of us that actually wants to help others. I think the fact that most people go Paragon in Mass Effect shows that most people, when given power and freedom, will do good. I guess that's a little naive of me, but I also feel like we only really hear about the shitty people, you know what I mean? No one talks about the Captain Planet initiative. The fact that even after the show went off air, the charity set up in Captain Planet's name still does good today. Because that doesn't make headlines. Well, so Sean, let's put the religion as a concept conversation over there, but I do think that people becoming ridiculously wealthy very quickly does remove any of the self-pretense, because that is the same as the Ring of Power. The difference is you can't take it off. So, I don't know. Now, it's very easy for those of us that have no money to talk about how we'd be great if we suddenly had lots of money. I think that if I had acquired fame and or fortune in my 20s, I would have been an insufferable piece of shit. And I'm very glad that it was never the case. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I watch what's not vomit into his own hat, and that is one of my fondest memories of Minecon, so... Sorry, I forget we fucking got here. Oh, and the comparison was, if you look at Zach of Zachtronics, well now his setup, I hope he's happy. He seems happy. But you know what? Everyone's happy to see him. Right? We've unlocked the market, and we've unlocked Breadman. I gotta say, the Breadman sticker kind of looks like the coolest tattoo. I don't know. Look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get onto the philosophies of money and stuff like that. I am in love with how they're doing this whole art style. Like, instead of trying to animate every single person, because this is a child, this is a person remembering their childhood memories. Look at all these characters! Look at this they're just cute little blobs bouncing. They're a faceless crowd, but they're happy. Fuck, I love this. But sorry. The thing that I'm glad I have come to appreciate, at least personally, before it's something that's happened to me, is my measurement of success. Like, I keep joking about wanting to be this moss-covered shaman of the games industry, right? Like, wanting to be this grizzled old man who reads the bones. But I don't mean that in the sense of like, oh, I'm just such a crusty old fuck. I mean that I'm always so happy to see everybody at PAX and at GDC. I want to be that guy in 20 years. That's success to me. You know? If I help a bunch of games do great, brilliant. If those games never even know what I did, that's fine too. I don't need people to look at me and go, oh, that's Will, that's the Kingmaker. He did the magical maflampa-flamp that caused Borderlands 8 to sell 1 trillion copies. I don't want to be that. Like, I want to be in the space, contribute, help. And I hope to reach a point where, you know, everybody's happy to see me. You know? That's what I want. Like, I'm sorry if this is a little bit too inside baseball, but like, my measurement of happiness is that if I could reach the levels of someone like Osama, who's worked at a gajillion different like AAA companies and is a genuine powerhouse, and he is the games industry's super good dad. Everyone is happy to see him. His ice cream socials at GDC are a ray of sunshine. Like, I don't know how I can be that in my way. I guess my little happy moments is like taking a bunch of devs to a dive bar at 1 o'clock in the morning and then making them feel at home in a place that would otherwise seem threatening. You know? I like helping people commiserate on the stuff that no one else would really understand. I like taking, like, green beans, lost and confused, and, like, dusting them off, giving them their little packed lunch of knowledge, and setting them on their way. Anyway, sorry. We'll tot around this environment. But God, this art style is wonderful. And again, So, like, okay, look in this environment. We'll see once we talk to this person, but right now, the only complex 3D asset is our character. And they are drastically different to everyone else in the space, but it still feels warm. It doesn't feel weird and wrong. Some goat's milk biker gang. Fromage local. He has cheese, butter, but no milk. Do you have any milk? Milk seller. I should have some, right? Ah, it's gone. Must be that damn kid. Which kid? The milk kid. Okay, so there's a whistling child who steals milk. The fuck is up? But also, okay, again, he is a high-quality asset, but he is clearly just a billboard in 2D illustration. The rest are all, like, Bloblian watercolors, signifying that whilst our little Wian remembers this place, they don't remember all the faces in the crowd. Like, it all kind of gets all gefuggled up. Oh. Once I iron him, I don't think it's shaders. I really do think that, like, those assets were hand painted and scanned. Like, look at the edges on the milk guy's truck. Like, it's chunky, it's messy. It really feels like a child cut it out. And again, the Bloblian little people is a wonderful touch. Kitty. French bread. I need bread, please.
Hello.
One baguette, please. Here you go. So polite. Have a great day. Baguette!
Okay.
How much more French could we get with this? Anyway, sorry. Thank you for letting me wax poetical on that last one. So yeah, again, to those of you that popped in, we've ranted a lot about Unity today, and let me tell you, this fucking game is the perfect chaser for just the levels of rage that Unity has managed to instill in me. And not just me as well, like, the whole ass industry. We are the baguette child now. Time to dance around it. I still love the fact that Baguette Kid was just a fuck it, we ball solution to a problem. That they didn't have... what was it? It was something to do with the child's arms. They didn't have either mocap data or it was broken. So the animator had the child do kind of like the skip dance and then just had them hold the baguette above their head. Ah, significant. I'm sorry you're going through migraine times. Have you got any, like, good meds or otherwise to take the edge off?
Okay.
Hang on. More stickers! Whose weird baby is this?
Hello.
All right. Rhubarb!
Okay.
weirdest craving for rhubarb crumble, which has got to be one of the most British things one can consider. Vegetables. Oh, this guy looks grumpy as shit. But we need wooden glue. Some calm going on here. Interesting. Do you know what? Do you know what would be a great comparison for character plus, like, character and art style and intent? This and The Good Life. Not the TV show starring Felicity Kendall, but the video game where you are a detective. Well, I think you're a journalist that turns into a cat. Well, Angel Kalina, if you do end up getting yourself set up in the greater Seattle region, there are multiple farmers markets, and some of them are lovely. Not only did we buy magical cups from a gnome at one of ours, which, if you're not a drinker, probably isn't as powerful, but yeah, the Ballard Farmers Market, there is an honest-to-goodness gnome who sells these unglazed clay cups that makes box wine taste good. He also gave us a charm that protects the house from both zombies and ninjas. And true to his word, we have had 0 zombie attacks in the house since. The ninjas are harder to measure, but I assume it's working. Alright, so there's a little shit stealing stuff. Let's see if we can find him and break his little knees. Yeah, the kid's stealing liquid glue. This kid's having a hard time. Milk and liquid glue, no less. Also, one of the things I notice is that it's only really shown a little bit, but Nora's not usually like a nice, fluffy grandma. Nora's a person who traveled and is actually pretty hard on this kid. And this is the summer where I guess Mimi and Nora actually start to bond. Alright, I'm gonna take a picture of the little thief. There you are, you little fuck! Fucking Dead Space. Man. Okay. Got him! That kid is clearly extremely poor. Now I feel bad.
Look! You scared the thief. He dropped his bag.
Wow. Everything he stole is in it. Funny. Now that I think about it, it's like she knew who the thief was.
Why don't you take back all the stolen stuff? I'm sure the sellers will be pleased.
Good idea!
Thank you, Mimi!
Well done, Mimi. Let's head home now.
I remember now how good it felt, helping other people, giving up my time for them. How come I'd forgotten all that?
And again, with those little shots, it's incredible because, like, the house there was a very simple 3D model with the hand-painted texture over the top of it, giving it that wonderful effect. God, this game is just... It is so smartly put together and so beautiful. I apologize, I've kind of given up on the reading sections of this. I guess I've just reached this point where I'm talking to you lot and just basking in this game. Like, if you really enjoy this... Pick up a copy, you know it's going to have some weight to it. Significant says they've had a A strawberry rhubarb pie and a jam. Oh, I mean, hey. Awesome. No, I completely understand. Rhubarb is a very, very tart, very, very acquired taste, but I think that's why I like it. Tomorrow we are all about that kayak life. Again, I'm the least experienced baker out of anyone here, so... Oh, both Ghosty and Angel Cleaner have never had it. Like a good rhubarb crumble. It's got almost, it's close to citrus in like the tart edge. But if you make like a good sugary crumble, big old, if it's fresh, big old dollop of ice cream, and that kind of cuts the tartness really nicely. That's probably the most British fucking thing I've said all day. How do I offset that? Mimi was just thinking about the thief, saying, wonder if he was forced to steal or if it was just a game. Well, that's another mystery to solve. For Mimi, the brilliant reporter. A binder of yours is like a newspaper. Oh, so it's time to do our second page. Kind of wishing we got the opportunity to take more photos throughout. And I do feel like we should be allowed to put multiple pictures in, but it is what it is. We've obviously got to go for the the goat's milk biker gang. I explore the colours of the market. I want to shout, awesome! Electrified by the kayak. Chapter 4, Top of the World. Oh, God. I guess the rest of the adventure is up there in the attic. Wow. I don't feel too well. Maybe a cup of tea will do the trick. It's a little bit warm for tea right now, but it sounds good. Oh, get fucked. Get fucked, bad dad. And significant, at least as it's been explained to me, like, you know, allergies, food allergies are pretty common to pop up as you get older. I couldn't digest anything milk or dairy based as a kid. It was bad times. Weirdly grew out of that one, which I was very happy about because, you know, cheese. He's a bad dad. So yeah, I got a real lucky dice roll on that, you know what I mean? Not writing you back, you piece of shit, bad dad. I'm making tea. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything stops for tea. My dear Nora, thousands of thanks for your visit in Mexico. We miss you terribly and your smile as well. As we discussed, I read you a little package with gifts from my country. Nora was a fucking enforcer for the cartel. It's just a brick of cocaine. Sorry. Oh, Ghosty is hat rack. I like to think of it like this. lactose is proof that human emotion is more important than a human condition. And that if I have to shit my pants to eat cheese, then I'll see you in the shower. Not together, though. That would be weird. Like, think about it like this. Drinking tequila and the effects from that are far worse than eating cheese when you shouldn't. That's just metal. Like, what would Nathan Explosion say? Brutal. Embracing the thing you love, even though it will damage you. Brutal. Seriously though, okay. I just want to continue reading this one. I prepared a package with you from gifts from my country, which we hope will make you want to come back. Careful the chocolate, it's extremely bitter, so quite is. Before our meeting, I had doubts about my work and my agency. But your trip changed our life. Know that our home will always be open to you here in Mexico. So Naru, that's fascinating because I've reached the same state with tequila, and yet I still go back. I am not saying you should eat foods that you are allergic to. Just testament to the power of the human condition, right? The kettle in the sink. But once again, friends, I just want to highlight the fact that the gameplay of this is very simplistic, right? We walk around, we look at things. We walk around, we look at things. Except for in these snippet moments. And I don't know if we'll truly understand it until we've gone through the whole game, but it highlights those beautiful little moments. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm playing so many different games all at once, and this feels like a breather between them. Okay, so like, quick show of hands. How many of you have seen Chainsaw Man, the season 1 of the anime? I promise there's a through line here. Thank you, Nora, for sticking to old-fashioned kettles. Alright, what have we got? There's thyme. Orange peel and sage. Well, that could be nice. I've got an orange blend at the moment that I'm a huge fan of. White tea with rose. That's going to have the most amount of caffeine in, so we'll have some of that. But no, the reason I bring up... Chainsaw Man is it does something very similar with how it spends its animation budget. We have to use the heart mode. I think you're all familiar with the term sakuga, right? Like, sakuga is a shorthand for the super fancy bits of animation, usually around fight scenes or otherwise, where you can tell the bulk of the budget has been spent, right? So Mimi says both two very, very strong personalities. I think Mimi means both her father and her grandma. And the thief. What happened? So we know that basically a watch went missing or was stolen, so... But no, so the reason I bring this up is that I recently did a rewatch of Chainsaw Man, and as with every artistic endeavor, where you spend your time is where you spend your money. There's always a limited budget, so you can't make everything beautiful and perfect. You've got to put your focus into certain points. And there is one incredible scene where one of our lead characters just makes coffee in the morning and reads the paper. Like, he makes a little bit of toast, smokes a cigarette, and the detail they go into on this one perfect scene where he grinds the coffee beans and just does a pour over. And it's like, it's incredible. And I find myself watching and re-watching that scene. And the reason being, I think, is because it offsets all of the hyper-violence and the brutal comedy of it all. The unflinching brutality of this universe that we're being introduced to, with a... Oh, I got an achievement called Sniper. Fill the mug without wasting water. No, you put that in the sink! Fucking absolute heathen. Anyway. Angel Clean says, I constantly rewatch Thermistor Hunter food making scenes. I know, so Iron Imp, it's not it's not about the hyper-violence. That's not what's important. Like, Chainsaw Man is an incredibly violent show. It's not the only one like it. There isn't anything that I've seen in that made me really go, huh. But what was fascinating is that to try and show the importance of what matters to our characters, they will spend inordinate amounts of budget to highlight very, very mundane things. You know, again, Chainsaw Man is very, very good if you like anime. It's not like Odd Taxi, it's not great for everybody, and I understand that. But early on, the character that we follow through, kid's been an orphan, he does awful jobs for awful people just to make enough money to buy bread and eat. And in one of the early scenes, like, he gets picked up by the questionable leader of a devil hunting agency, and she buys him a huge bowl of noodles, a huge one. And God, the animation quality on that is incredible. Oh, hey, numbers. I mean, we've only been doing like 5.5 hours. I was just talking about like Sakuga and how budgetary input on anime reflecting certain scenes works really well as a juxtaposition, and that this is doing it so well. Because depending on how you structure your development, you may be treating each area and environment in the same way. Well, no, it's also the only udon he'd ever eaten, but that's the point of it. Like, the quality of the animation reflects the emotional importance to him. If we, the viewer, are seeing the world through his eyes, then it would be an incredible scene. This is Mimi's story, right? This isn't us playing as Mimi. This is Mimi's story, and we're part of it. And here, the quality of the art and the focus is what's important. Like that scene where we were just making some tea, there's a series of complex things that we have to do to make a cuppa. We might not make another cup of tea again, so think about that. All the programming time and art time and unique assets that went into making that fucking cup of tea. Right? All of that time and effort. That's all money. Alright? All of that budget spent on just making a cup of tea. But it creates a breather, a moment. Mimi is kind of finally stopping and trying to unpack these memories and starting to realize, like, wait a second, like, what was happening between my father and my grandmother? He still won't talk about it. He's insanely texting us about how we should be finding a job and how we're wasting our life right now, and yeah, this is beneath us. Like, he's got some fucked up shit going on. So yeah, it's much easier to point to something like Sakuga in anime than it is to point to something in video games, because it's not always easy to see where, air quotes, budget is spent. Like, you know, sometimes it can be incredibly easy to create these incredibly complex concepts in video games, but as soon as you have to make a character walk upstairs, oh boy! Ghosty, to which I say, a pig. So I hope God, I hope I'm making something that vaguely resembles sense in this, you know? Peekaboo! Dom says, the agency fired another copywriter today. Todd, the British guy. Answer. Lucky him. It's an awful place. Nor used to put the key right there. How did the key stayed here and I grew up and... I guess this house hasn't changed as much as I have. Because we can now reach up and grab the fucking key. So we have used the key lock mechanic a few times. That Resident Evil style. Model motherfucking trains! Gah! Let's put some Gundams in here! Wait, I didn't know my grandparents were geeks. Wait, did we use that word in 1982? Maybe back when it was normal to have an entire room for your own train set. Wait, did I paint these? I don't remember. Okay. Got some fucking turntables here. Alright, a keypad. Maybe it's open something. No, my grandparents are probably involved in some weird game. Around, see, there's a code to be broken. Alright, enter the right code. Well, we don't know what the right code is yet, do we? Oops, wrong code. Bullshit and chips, is it? Alright. Ah, oh, come on! What kind of cryptic shit is this? We should have gotten an 0451 fucking code. Shoulda. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Sorry about that. Hey, if I'd known Head Librarian, it was that simple to do like a summoning ritual. I would definitely bust that out far more often. Alright. So turn the tape holder. Oh, okay. Okay. Hang on, oh, my notepad's elsewhere. Alright, I need your help, friends. So it is Spring 5, Autumn 2, Winter 4, Summer 7. Oh, I guess because it's going to let us organize it. But I guess we can listen to it if we want to.
So calm today. Autumn is upon us. I love the sounds of autumn. Everything sounds so crunchy.
What are you doing?
Still recording, Edouard. Listen to his footsteps.
Here, take this. It's chilly.
Aw, that's sweet.
Well, sometimes it's my turn.
It is, my love.
Winter 4.
Did you call the tree guy?
I will.
The treeman!
No rush.
That cherry tree is dead, Nora. It needs cutting down.
I know.
Autumn 48, before Grandpa passed away. I remember so little of him. This is the winter tape.
Let me. Here, hold the mic.
I know how a recorder works, dear.
Of course you do. Move it closer to the fire. Otherwise, Mimi won't hear it.
So I love this. This is the sweetest idea. Unfortunately, the log burning sound does remind me of Adult Swim's Yule log, and
nothing beats a good old fire.
Still not ready.
I agree, my love.
Still not ready.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas 78. Dad cancelled last minute. He said Grandpa was tired. He's a bad dad! Yeah, he's a bad dad! Alright, which ones haven't we listened to so far? We didn't listen to Summer. No! This game needs to... This game does need to chill a little bit. We can't... Okay, so it's Spring's the only one we haven't listened to. We can't listen to Summer. Okay.
Edouard, I'm recording.
Sorry.
Are you all right?
I am. Something in my throat, I guess. Sorry, dear.
Oh, don't worry. Look up there.
That's, a Montague's Harrier, I think.
Hello,
Bird of
Fencer.
prey.
Superb.
It's migrated from down south.
I love the spring. So many new things to look out for.
The flowers are out. Did we book the guy for the cherry tree?
Edouard, stop worrying about the cherry tree. We'll prune it in due course.
I'm not worried. I want the garden to be safe when Mimi visits us.
Spring was their favourite season. Yeah, so it's 7245. Oh, interesting. We could have brute forced it. Alright, here goes nothing. Shit, we better put the bridge down. Ah, okay. Not what I was expecting, but...
Okay. Here.
Walkman recorder. Let's give it a listen. Train sounds. Friends, I don't think that tea was just white tea, you know what I'm saying?
Up.
So basically, Grandma spent a lot of time in the fucking train shed. This is where we find the bodies. So, Fencer, the TLDR is that, gameplay-wise, this is about a little girl exploring a small town in France. Narratively, this is the story of Mimi, who has gone back to her grandmother's house to help clear it out after she passes away. And it is fascinating. It is genuinely fascinating. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of tapes we haven't listened to. But that's a later problem. Right now, it's all about stickers. I just fucking love stickers. Sorry. But as we were talking earlier about, like, Chex Quest and stuff like that, and for some reason, I guess I'm in maybe nostalgic's the wrong word, but in casting my mind back to my youth. Secrets. And one of them was the strange craze of, like, stickers from cereal boxes and the obsessive collecting around those that happened. Alright, let's play with some fucking trains. Like a real train, even better! What's that thing? It's the Walkman recorder by Train. Pony. Okay. Oh, this is really cute. Come on, little train. Give us a choo-choo. Ah, beans!
Nice.
Oh, no, I did get it. Sorry. We're all good. Oh, so there is a distinct possibility that, like, grown-up Mimi is currently tripping balls in the kitchen. Right, so we got the train. Weirdly, these balloons aren't making any noise. What's up with that? What's the deal with balloons? It does look like a Geiger counter, let's be bloody honest. But we can take little photos. This game is just cute as shit. It knows what it's about. Okay. Not my best work. But also, notice how the photos have this, like, this rendered kind of quality to them. Grandma's gonna be pissed!
Nice! Oh, sorry. The door was open and...
It's all right. This place is a very special place. Your grandfather and I used it to express ourselves. Since he passed away, I've kept it to myself. It's a bit like a temple, if you know what I mean. It's not good to do that, I think. Places, objects, they should have many lives. Just like that tape recorder you found.
I should have asked.
Perhaps, but now it's yours. Would you like to come down and help me fix the kayak?
Yes!
Places, objects should have many lives.
And soon we'll be kayaking. Hey! So, Iced, I don't know what you've been playing, but prepare for a tonal whiplash. We're in the soft countryside of France. Looking at trains and shit. How are you? How are you? To Buddy, lovely to meet you. Watto and welcome. Iced, standard protocol must be adhered to. How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me your tales. to Angaluta. Iced. Okay, I'm going to read that as iced Toblerones. What and welcome. How goes it? How goes, friends? Greetings from me and from every single slug pop that one can buy with currency. Figure I'll just show these off now. I shouldn't have bought these, but I did. These are my babies. So, Derek, they haven't released the lizards yet, right? And I'm limiting myself to one lizard. However, if you have to get one of the slug pups, get the hunter because he has the cutest but grumpiest little face. Look at him. He's such a little grumpy grumpus. Like, this is clearly a creature that could murder you several times over, but he looks like a grumpy grumpus. It's so cute. Well, so Iron Imp, like, thanks to the Shadow of the Jarl Lossus and people, like, people have been very, very kind with donations and stuff like that, but I didn't have the cash to get these when I did, or this is to say I shouldn't have, but yeah. The Survivor, the OG Survivor is still cute as heck. Like, obviously because of my pasty pale complexion, the white balance is not about this, but the OG Survivor is cute as heck. And yes, I do have the other fool. It's a problem. But yeah, so friends, so Iced was doing some 3D work on... Oh, forgive the pause. Was doing some 3D modelling, finishing the Hunter. Lovely. You'll soon have the full set. Sorry about that. And we're back. Oh, Iced, lovely. So that way you have a different avatar depending on your mood. It's been a week, and so I didn't actually get the chance to play more Rainworld yesterday. Actually, if you don't mind me showing off, just because, fuck it. Alongside all of the slug pops and all the slug cats, my other little flex is I got myself the OG3 prior to Downpour, before we actually got some cheerful endings. Because that was the ending we deserved, was all the slug cats together in a cuddle puddle living happily ever after. That's what we should have gotten from the ending of Rainworld. I know, so friendly, Sanchi do both slug pups and slug cats. I think the cats are out of stock, and they're going to be doing lizards soon. Also, the pins are really good. I never intended to make Rainworld such a huge part of my personality, but here we are. I mean, between that and the Blackout Club, it's kind of like my setup. But yeah, so I've got one ending left on Downpour, which is the alternate ending for the Artificer, and it is proving to be one of the hardest challenges I have done so far. Like, I will never complain about trying to get past scav checkpoints as the Artificer again. You know what I mean? Because, as I said, I'm trying to do the other ending, not the murder ending. And I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Ghosty, I'll do you one better. The Daddy Longlegs plush as a Muppet. Like, you can put your hand in the middle and, like, jangle around all the limbs. And yeah. I'm trying to be careful about spoilers, Iced, because, you know, we got through the main endings of the Downpour Slug Cats, and it's still one of the most incredible experiences. The only things I have left is this ending, if I want to do expeditions and challenges, if I apparently reach that level of psychosis. But also, there's a few creatures I have not slain, and I want to go back. I want to kill a Leviathan. And I don't just want to take it out. I want to have it show up on my kill tally. I need to take out a murder bird. And I think the only way I'm going to be able to do that is with like an actual squad of hunters. So like, here's the team, right? Here's the team. The Gourmand, the Artificer, the Spearmaster, and the Saint. Because, admittedly, at the beginning, the Saint's not much help. But later on, if you wound something and then, you know, that counts as a kill. Counts as a kill. So that's what I'm thinking. But that means I need to get another team of 4 together to do some murders. Also, haven't tried speaking to the Echoes as a squad of people. I'll have to talk to Solon about it. Okay. Ice was just saying if it doesn't work, there's spear linking stuff that can work. I mean, just like with the Spearmaster, you're never short of tools, right? With the Artificer, those tools quickly become explosives. But also, the Spearmaster has the potential to generate more food more quickly. And you combine the Artificer's ability to make a bomb with the Gourmand's ability to make a fucking void bomb, then biggity bam, beware the jam. The jam is the void. It's void jam. Similar to void fluid, but more... It's basically void jam is basically Marmite, now I think about it. It's just Marmite. Number says, can another Slugcat use the Spearmaster Spear? Yes, but they won't get the health benefit. As soon as the Slugmaster, the Spearmaster puts down a spear, the tendril connecting it breaks, and it's just a regular spear. I mean, Ghosty tastes like Marmite. It's very bitter. Now, Marmite and peanut butter, squish those together, best of both worlds, not as bitter, highly recommended. Yeah, and friendly, the DLC Slugcats are so fun and so different. But it's such an incredible story. I don't want to go into spoilers because I know like numbers and people haven't had the chance to get into the extra campaigns yet. But, oh boy. And once again, just in case they're lurking, to Hemp Manners, you fucking legend. God bless that interactive map. God bless that interactive map. Yeah, so numbers, the Spearmaster would be able to outfit the entire team just by growing a whole bunch. And in theory, if everybody is sharing a food bar, then that gets everything going. Oh, and Buddy, that sounds real cool. So anyway, if we haven't met before, hello. My name is Will. Aside from being obsessed with Rain World, I stream for a living. Today we've been... Okay, if I'm being perfectly honest, today we've been talking about Unity and how they have managed to piss off the entire games industry and beyond. But we've also been playing this beautiful title, which I can't pronounce because... Hang on, forgive the alt-tabbage. Because it's extremely French. But it is a beautiful story game. And if you've got the time, and if you want to, take a breather from other titles, it's really, really good. It's different from games like, what was the Lake game we played? Oh, it's just called Lake. It's different from other titles that try and do like the cheeky open world adventure and stuff like that. This is very much about like exploring the childhood memories of someone. If that makes a weird kind of sense. But it's utterly beautiful. And hang on. So it's incredible because it's simultaneously using like parallax watercolor designs. It is using these like simple it's using these like simple 3D shapes with these gorgeous watercolor textures, and it's so well done. It's so well done. But so, Buddy, Spiritfarer has that beautiful, clean animation style, whereas this is about our character remembering their summer of being a child, spending the whole summer with their grandmother in, like, you know, rural France. So some areas are more detailed than others, some parts are more pronounced than others. But the juxtaposition of art styles works so well here. It's genuinely fascinating. And considering it's been a week, consider it's been a fucking week, this is such a welcome change. So Sean, I started thinking about the breathing camera. Do you know what it does? It subtly moves some of the 3D objects, or the depth of field. Why am I forgetting what people words are? Anyway, the varying layers shift ever so slightly, and that reminds you that this isn't just a static image with a person walking around on it, but it is something with some space. So yeah, this is an incredible game, and if you need something wholesome and different, like, and shiny. Also, our cute little character has like a scrapbook going on. Sean, I'd be really interested to talk to the dev team and see like where they started on this. Like, did they start originally trying to create something that was going to be more traditional 3D and go, actually, we kind of like these concept sketches? Or if the intent was to make something simpler and it evolved from that? This is why I love talking to dev teams when it comes to games like this, because, you know, this isn't fucking Red Dead Redemption. They didn't make this with 1,000 people and infinite money. It was like, shit, how can we do what we want to do with our budget? What is it we want to do? Right. So yeah. And so Buddy and everybody, you don't have to worry, like, we won't be finishing this whole game tonight. In fact, honestly, I think I'm going to natter with your lovely selves for a little bit longer. And then... I don't think we're going to be progressing the story any further, is what I meant to say. But... Oh yeah, and also, so friends, one of the things that I love doing is showing people wonderful games. I love recommending games to people. Like, if you're, if you're the Rain World fans, I don't have to worry about your tastes, that's for damn sure. And Iced, it's beautiful to play, but what's fascinating to those of you who only just joined us is, gameplay-wise, it's very simple. At least initially. Walk around... Oh, what's this? Some cool tomatoes. How are the tomatoes? Tell Grandma's taking care of those tomatoes. Like, that's the bulk of what we're doing. You can make a scrapbook page. I made this one about a goat and a local biker gang. But you also have these collections of tapes, right? Which we've been finding throughout, which are apparently... Our character's grandparents got into the habit of basically making Foley tapes from around their way so that our character would then be able to listen to them later on and, like, actually experience this area. However, every now and then, the game will give us, like, a really complicated series of interactions to do very simple things. So, like, we had to make a cup of tea earlier. It was... You know, we had to go through the full process. It's using its gameplay focus in such a fascinating way. Sadly, everybody watching had to put up with me talking about this earlier, so try not to go over it again, but it's really making us focus on the details and the minutiae not of what is most narratively important, but what is most emotionally important. Thank you. I got a sandwich again! Fuck. Stick around the longship long enough and you'll get a 2 sarnie day. So yeah, so Sean and Peeps, like, I'm not going to be playing through all this. There will be plenty of game for you to explore and enjoy. So, like, do nae worry. It smells so good. It smells so good. Oh, I got a bunny. Ow. But yeah, like, at this point, oh! Hello! Woo! It's got some kick to it. I was not expecting that. Woo! Hello! No, I think it's just it's a little bit of the spicy pepper in there, you know? Oh, excuse me for stuffing my face. I guess it's been one of those days where I didn't realise how hungry I was till I tried eating. But yeah, so I like aside from rigging, I hope things have been going good with yourself. I guess the question being to all of your lovely selves that have just joined us, which of the 3 factions has claimed you this summer? Was it House Armored Core? Was it the People's Republic of Baldur's Gate 3? Or was it the Starfield Imperium? I, for one, was part of Team Armored Core. Not because I dislike the others, but because... it's giant robots! I'm not made of stone! Okay, so most of you lovely Mother Hubbards haven't gotten on to any, which is understandable. Expensive games. Ice will probably be joining me on Armored Core. Lovely. Lovely. Be warned, the design your emblem part of the game is very, very good and may consume you in its entirety. Well, so for Naru, if you need a new game for an old laptop, Gunbrella dropped today. What if Mary Poppins was a fucking gunslinger? And I'm annoyed at myself that through all the Armored Core I've been doing, I didn't make a fire emblem and then make terrible puns about that for the rest of the hour. I'm just disappointed in myself now. And, buddy, if it makes you feel better, I still haven't finished Tears of the Kingdom. I'm still loving it, but I am so anti-plot when it comes to Tears of the Kingdom, because that was pretty much how I played Breath of the Wild, and I loved it. So, like, I'm exploring a lot and getting into trouble, But I think in terms of the story, I think I'm barely out the starting gate. Big agree. Flights. I played so much Breath of the Wild when I was traveling for work. Hey, Evil Geek, it's not about what game you spend the most hours in. It's about where your heart lies. And Gil, which of... Oh, you spent the last 3 of 88 hours in there. Understandable. And Ice Time Roans, I feel happy for you. Like, Subnautica was pitched to me originally as you have a thalassophobia and a fear of sharks, prepare to have the worst time. And I remember not wanting to leave that game. It was so good. Oh, and Ghosty, I'm not bored with any of Tears of the Kingdom. I actively fight against being told what to do in that world. So when What's-Her-Face McGlasses is like, you must go to these 4 places and do the thing, I was like, how about no whoa around the map? Well, so Sean, it sounds like you need to raise a cuttlefish. And also, like, the point in Subnautica where you've crafted and survivaled your way past, that's when you let the story carry you through. Fiona with the jump scare. Watch out for the jalapenos. It was a lovely introduction. I will admit, I seem to have only gotten like one big one, and that was right at the beginning. Or I've just stopped noticing. But Fiona, thank you for the Sony. I'm sorry, significant. As I've said in the past, I'm not a good friend to have if your goal is to eat less and play less video games. I lost a bunch of weight before PAX and stuff, so I'm not binging, but I'm trying to at least get a bit of it back, you know? But buddy, that's the lovely thing about, you know, Tears and stuff like that, is that you're not playing it wrong if you only explore the Sky Islands to start with, right? And how you... It's that great thing of... I'm going to be able to summon Nick by saying this. Tears of the Kingdom is an immersive sim. And it's about how you choose to tackle these situations, not what's right or what's wrong. If you make a fucking jet fighter that takes you up into the heavens, then well done, you win. Okay. Lagmeister, sleep well. Tomorrow is Sea of Thieves. Because of everything happening so much this week, I haven't sorted out the full team yet. But it's going to be a journey. It's going to be an adventure. Oh, thank you for the raid. It's always lovely chatting with you. Even though we've just sat here being in this, like, cozy French garden eating a sandwich. Thank you. Meet the sandwich. Yeah, sorry, friends. I did not realize how hungry I was. I had planned to snack on this and chat with you all. Notice how that's going. Gamer's got a game. Sandwich got a Sam. That did not work. I was going for something there. That did not work. And significant. Big mood, friend. Big mood. Alright, so let's open this pit up. What is a game that you will go into just vibe? Because it's been a while. The one that I would usually vibe in the most was from 1,000 years ago, and it was the beach region of Phantasy Star Online, which I believe was from episode 2. Don't ask me why, but if shit was stressful, if life was getting to me, I'd just load in, usually on easy mode, so I could just, like, pew 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 anything that came at me, but, like, there was something about that whole beach region that I could just spend hours just relaxing in, you know? So, like, what about your good selves? Ship 2 has always been best ship. Let no one else tell you otherwise. Red Ring Rico ain't shit. Oh, wow. Librarian ran a Phantasy Star Online guild for 4 years. God. I still remember trying to work out the coolest name I could get to get the Hunter's badge that I wanted. Ghosty says that Empires of Undergrowth was one of theirs. That's the prequel to the Rabbit Fighter game, right? You play a bunny, it has like semi-realistic physics. The one where you can land on your neck and die. Buddy says Monster Hunter Rise in the Shrine area. Oh god, how could I forget about the, Iceborne's water sauna? Fuck. Friends, during full-on Monster Hunter craze, we were spending whole Saturdays. We spent more time in the fucking sauna in the baths in Iceborne than we did out hunting monsters. Okay. Gil was saying that Final Fantasy XIV's been their vibing game. That makes a whole bunch of sense. And, like, buddy, like, all the gathering hubs have definitely had that, like, camaraderie vibe. But my favourite has been Iceborne. Like, I think it's because I like the Ninja Village, but with the main food being, like, mochi, that just makes my teeth hurt. Like, I want babushka cats cooking. You know? I want the Meowscular chef to give me a piece of red meat of unknown origin, the size of my torso. Like, and so yeah, Iceborne definitely hits it because Meowscular chef is really going for it, but babushka cat is just like cooking you up this like casserole and bread. You can almost hear from the meows being like, "Have you eaten today? You're looking so thin. Now, little monster hunter, let's get you some food." Oh. Oh. Well, so Ghosty, I hope your fiscal situation turns around so you can continue your bunny boy adventures. God, I'm trying to think of some other games that I just vibe in. I mean, in MMOs, I used to vibe mostly in Silvermoon, because I was a Horde player and Silvermoon was pretty quiet. I was quite like that. Okay, so Stardew Valley is a fucking incredible game. I have no notes, but... Okay, there are some notes, but I find Stardew Valley incredibly stressful. I could not run a farm. The pressure would kill me. Oh, you know what? Okami had a lot of areas that were really good to just vibe in, especially the village. And so, Gil, I always think about the concept of intense meditation. The idea that incredibly intense video games require all of your attention, meaning that there is nothing for your brain to do apart from to focus on the thing, thus removing any kind of like stresses or external noise. Like, essentially, it's like Zen through intensity. I don't do it as much as I used to, but like, you know, I used to achieve that by playing weirdly Uplink. Like, I put on like music for a jilted generation, like early Prodigy stuff, and I'd crank it up, turn out the lights, and just focus on like hacking the Gibson. And for whatever reason, because I had to pay attention, I was like doing command line stuff, but also like bouncing my connection, and like just the intensity of it I found incredibly relaxing, because after I was done, I was mentally exhausted, but I'd been able to just be. I know some people find that same experience from rhythm games, which is good. That bug's not going to be in the sequel. Oh no, Naru, you're entirely correct. Hacking goes faster with techno. Specifically, Voodoo People by the Prodigy. That's if you really need to go faster. It's the keyboard striking of the red ones go faster. The clickety-clackety keyboard does does make you go faster. Sorry, I was laughing at that one because PVS, stop me if I've told you this 8 times, but one of the reasons why I used to get mechanical keyboards for jobs I worked is because no one can accuse you of being lazy if every keyboard stroke sounds like clackety-clackety, clackety-clackety. It's a great passive-aggressive move. My mate's kids used to call me the Rainbow Will, because when me and Tal were at an event one year, Tal came over to me and was like, "Hey Will, I need you to help me not buy this RGB keyboard." And so what ended up happening is we both bought matching RGB keyboards. I would then go over to buy a mouse and mouse mat to match it. Again, I'm not the friend you come to if you need to not get the thing. I will console you, I will understand, but like, don't come to me if your goal is to buy less video games. Oh. Actually, Sean, I hadn't thought about that for a while, but that is an absolute wonderful mood. The opening to Costume Quest of like the infinite like warm Halloween night Just kids and sweets and silly costumes and good times. Oh, Naru said that someone recently mentioned that they have a clickety-clackety keyboard since they work in a call center, and the noise lets the caller know that something is happening. Greybeard, I am not a good friend for board games. I had to stop. Like, currently, all the board games we have in the flat are, like, hand-me-downs from people, right? But I am obsessed with the concept of board games, and so I've had to stop buying them, because what happened before I met a bunch of you was I would buy board games based on, like, the clever idea, and then never play them. And it was getting out of hand. So, yeah, so Greybeard, I'm terrible. Don't ask me to help you not buy a board game. I'm enamored with the concept of so many, but I know I'll never play them. Like, when it comes to purchasing games on Steam, I know eventually I'll get to them, which is why I don't mind it. But, like, when it comes to board games, and they do take up more room than Steam backlog. And numbers, you're right, some board games are clever, but ultimately bad. Like, some board games have a great concept to discuss, but not actually to play. The local lad. Ghosty says I'm a board game person. I prepare the solo games. Yo, Ghosty, did I show you 1,000 Years Vampire? Or actually, Ghosty, if you are based in the region and money allows, Neil Patrick Harris's Board Game for One is available. So yeah, I'm not a good friend to help you buy less board games. I tell you what, friends. I think I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. I think I'm going to crack open a cider and see how the animals are doing. I've got. I'm going to try and do a little bit of manual nonsense this evening. But this has been a lovely day. Like, of games you can have just to vibe in, this has been immaculate. I do think that as we progress, the story of what happened between our character's father and our grandmother, and there's a very personal story here. Like, this is the vehicle that someone is using to tell a very personal tale. And I think that care shines through. But even if you just engage this game on a surface level, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like the brethren to Shin-Chan's Infinite Summer. I don't know a better way to describe it than that. I don't know how to describe it like that. So, I do need to say a lot of thank yous, which means I need a slightly less bright background so I can actually read the credits. Because despite how fucking brilliant you lot have been, you still threw in a whole bunch of bits and donations. And, like, for those of you that are new here, like, this little corner of the world is what pays my bills. Like, everything you'll throw in and chuck in is how I can afford to feed my little herd and stay alive. I'm really grateful for that. But I also wanted to say, like, thank you all for dealing with me being Captain Stressy Spaghetti today. You know, God, I love the dogs so much. And I am absolutely failing them as a dog owner. And it's hard, you know, it's hard. I don't know how to be all of the things. And especially when the baby boy is having a difficult time like today, like, it's so stressful, it's so hard. But you lot were all lovely and stuck around. Thank you. Right! Oh, so yeah, we got the P.O. box up and running now, so we'll see how that turns out. Naru, thank you kindly. Instead of hitting credits, I muted myself. Well done, Dingus. To that end, I would like to thank the following people specifically. And I'm sure we'll find someone lovely to raid into, friends, so do not worry, I'm not going to leave you high and dry. But first up, to those of you that found our little corner of the internet, so to Buddy, it's lovely to make your acquaintance, and I hope we'll get a chance to chat video games again. To those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl. Honestly, it was massive subs today, but I'd like to thank Cent Zero. No thanks to Stabby Dave, he knows what he did. But to Hookshot, Naru Hoodie Jester, and Goodbye World Will, you fucking legends. To both Port Center and Verdant Flow, thank you for donations, because they keep us afloat. And to Ehrman, Mega Boss, Bacon Avenger, Relu, Shitaru, Philisonic, Kira Zero, Vanderbeest, Crux, Jamami, Asari Greenfire, J-Po Some Numbers, and Naru Hoodie. Like, donations and bits are the biggest thing that helps us out, so thank you. Your moderator today was Lizzie, but also thank you to Moose, Tal, and Caffeine, even if they did get distracted by the beauty and handsome of one Maddie Mercer. And to both Iced and Caffeine, thank you for the raids. Like, it's a huge compliment that you'll put up with my dumb self. You'll trust me with your squad. No, seriously. Thank you. Alright. Right. But to that ends, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Oh, here we go. So Chorby is currently doing a leaving party for our good friend QB. QB is sadly moving out of the Seattle area, and I am hoping that I will be able to go hang out with him. But let's resume that. Oh, and Friendly, like, thank you for the follow. I really hope we get to chat and talk video games in the future. Yeah, QB's leaving, Chorby's hosting a Till We Beat All Final Fantasies over the weekend, so let's head over there. I did want to say, if you don't mind me peddling my wares for a second, that if any of you are working on any indie game projects or anything like that, come chat to me while I'm streaming. I am absolutely 100% down to help you out, alright? Right. Whatever I can. So yeah. This has been a lovely day, and you lot have been fucking excellent, so... You know what, let's just assume what more weirdness will happen tomorrow in the games industry, so brace yourself, be ready. Unity can't get us all, and urine speaks louder than words. But no, seriously, thank you. Yeah, and Greybeard, that's basically where I was going. If you need to get off Unity, I got you. But anyway, that's enough waffling from me. Have an exceptional rest of your evening, friends. Tomorrow is Sea of Thieves, and I hope we get to hang out for that. But yeah, just thank you and have an excellent night. Good night, friends.